was not.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish on Tuesday, December 10th. Squamish, we are meeting today on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. We have an amended agenda before us, which is to add a verbal update on the wood fiber LNG environmental assessment working group comments. So to have a motion to approve the amended agenda, moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So we have first three readings of our utilities bylaw. So I will turn it over to you, Mr. Fox.
Good morning, members of, good morning, Mayor Elliott, members of council. Get that in the correct order. We're going to talk about utilities bylaw, rates and fees bylaw, more specifically the utilities component thereof. At a previous meeting of this council on November the 12th, we presented a package of documents outlining proposals for the 2020 utility budgets and provided council with two utility rate scenarios. Council's direction was to proceed with the alternate rate scenario. We have incorporated the alternate rate scenario in the bylaw package that you have before you this morning. To summarize the short report, we are proposing an increase in water rates of 4%. We're proposing an increase in solid waste collection rates, so that's residential rate for collection, of between 0 and 4%. We are proposing a range of increases at the landfill, and those range between 0 and in some instances all the way up to 20%. There's a listing that's been included and you were provided previously. And for sewer, we are not proposing any rate increase whatsoever from 2019 to 2020. In addition to this, we would like to note that there are some minor administrative adjustments that we are recommending with respect to the rates and fees bylaw, specifically changing the costs associated with NSF returns and with mortgage documentation. And that's basically just to better reflect the true cost of providing these services. So at this point, I would request that we take a short opportunity for council to ask any questions that they may have with respect to the rate proposal that is before them. And if they do not have any additional questions, then please feel free to move as many times as you want on the whole bylaw package.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Council, are there any questions? Councilor Pennington?
Do we have any thought that we may lose or may find people not using the dump and dumping illegally with these changes? And then if so, I think there's a half-time bylaw position proposed in the budget. Is that one of their roles to kind of deal with that if that happens? Or we're thinking these increases, although the increases are small enough that you won't see an impact?
So I'm going to, not really a question for finance, it would be more for one of our sustainability coordinators, but maybe I'll hand it over to Ms. Glendy.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. When staff increase tipping fees, that is definitely the lens over which they put this, that it doesn't get to such a degree that people would dump. And the part-time bylaw officer is, in terms of enforcement, that's around the single-use items and solid waste. It wouldn't be about 9,000.
Any other questions? Can I ask a question about who sets the utility rates, the water rates for each type of business? Does engineering do that, or does finance do that? Or is it a combination? Like in the fees and schedule, if you're a secondary suite, you pay $390. If you have a hotel, motel, lodging house, you pay $240 per room. Like, who sets those rates?
Initially, I believe many years ago, engineering probably set those rates, but now we just apply the 4% increase to all the rates equally.
So if we wanted to revisit those rates, I'm distracted by Councillor Harper's sweater. Caught my eye. Thank you. If we wanted to review those rates, would that be direction to engineering, or? I know we're moving to water metering, but some of them may not make sense anymore as I looked over them last night. I know that's not really related to this bylaw, but I'm just trying to figure out a way to figure out a next step.
I would anticipate that, sorry, I'll phrase that slightly differently. Within the budget that was presented for utilities, there is a project on water rate review, a water rate review study. That is being undertaken as part of the move towards better incorporating the fact that we're spending a lot of money on metering properties, and then thereby allowing us to incorporate that metering information in our billing processes. I would suggest that that would be an appropriate time for a combination of finance and engineering to dive deeply into the whole rate structure and how it's designed, what the makeup is, and it is my understanding that that is part of that overall rate study project, would be to fully review all of the rates and be able to restate those, both those that will be metered and those that would not be metered, and create appropriate ratios for those.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Well, just on that point, do you expect that's coming to us in the coming spring, for example? Do you know?
No, my understanding is that the metering study is in 2021. It is anticipated to be in 2021. The rationale for that is there's been some delay in the completion of the metering project. Some of the metering has been a little more technically demanding to install, I guess is the best way to put it. So for example, if you get a multi-family complex which has 2 lines connected to the main, we were anticipating that they will be able to meter that complex in a single meter. But if there's 2 lines going in, then they basically have to meter all of the units individually, because there's no way to put a meter at both ends, so to speak. So because of that, the complexity of the metering program is a little more than they had originally anticipated. So the metering program has been pushed into 2020. The original intent was that it would complete this year, and then therefore the metering study, the rate study, would occur in 2020. That has been delayed by a year.
Given that, I'm still a little bit concerned that our small business rates are, for some businesses, are not quite right. So I don't know whether there's, maybe through the CAO, if you could maybe inquire and see how big a project it is, just to review some of these categories. And if there's a way to look at it in before 2021 without touching the metering piece of it.
I'll certainly follow up on that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other questions about the bylaw?
Just a question to you. Would the purpose of that be to tie the rates more closely to consumption, or to somehow align with our strategic goals in terms of our economic development?
We wouldn't tie it to metering because we haven't implemented that program, which is what Mr. Russell was talking about, is that's why it's in 2021, is then we'll have metering data coming in and we can do a fulsome review. But there's some categories in here which I don't think are sort of fine-grained enough, and so if you look at office use, they pay a lower rate than some of our other small businesses, even though they may employ many, many people that are using washroom facilities and that sort of thing, versus a couple of mechanics in a garage. You're paying a much higher rate, even though they're not using as much water. So I'm just wondering if we can fine-tune this schedule a little bit in advance of 2021, just to take some pressure off of small businesses.
And I think I understand, I guess what I'm not clear is if it is, it sounds like it is more getting to something approximating consumption as opposed to, you know, green tech or clean tech is a focus of our strategic plan, so we want to really look at the rates around clean tech. It sounds like it's more about making sure that absent of metering, we have something a little closer to consumption if we can.
Yes. All right. Does someone want to move for 3 readings? Moved by Councillor Rice, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're now moving on to, and we have a bit of a funny agenda today because we're actually doing a committee of the whole in the middle of this special meeting. So we'll do the Community Enhancement Grant Program from now until 11:30, and then we'll break for lunch. Then we'll come back for the general fund and the wood fiber discussion. Then we'll recess to do the committee of the whole at about 2:45. So I don't know if Ms. MacDonald is doing the community enhancement grants or
Yes, she
or
is.
She is. Okay.
Did you say, this says the 10th? Did you say 11?
I have 11:30.
Oh, it's on the amended one?
Yeah.
Oh, I
It
reported
was
it
a
right.
table.
Okay, got it.
Maybe we'll recess for a few minutes until Ms. MacDonald gets here. Okay, we're back in our special business meeting. We're on Community Enhancement Grant Program. Councillor, you have a revised sheet in front of you, and I'll pass it over to you, Ms. MacDonald, to tell you what is in this document. I think it's our update of where we got to last time.
Yeah, we're just picking up where we left off last time. The totals are at the bottom of where we're at in principle on your printed out sheets as well. And yes, we'll be picking up right here, and the BIA will be arriving shortly to speak to their application.
What time are they arriving?
9:15 was the request.
So
Anyway,
it was about now, wasn't it?
it was about now.
Okay.
Yeah, just policy-wise, can I have a reminder of what our policy says about what we can spend both multi-year and then just the single year?
The caps. Policy caps.
Multi-year. So multi-year grants, as per the policy, is 30%. And this year it was 88,309. However, the current multi-year total is at 127,750.
The multi-years in process right now are finishing after 2020.
And then for the non-multi-year, what is our target or cap?
294,365.
That-
Oh, that includes the multi-years, sorry.
So 205 roughly.
Are you clear?
Yes.
Councillor Rice?
Could I just get clarification on that multi-year number? you said, I think you said for this year we have available 88,000?
88,309, yes.
That's your 30% target in the policy. However, we've already committed to 127.
So,
We're over that target.
so that was my thought.
Yeah.
So theoretically, we shouldn't be approving any multi-year this year.
Correct.
According to the policy, yes.
And the 127 is included in the 294?
Yes.
Okay. Are we all on the same page now? So I think we were working through the cash and grenade, or did we finish that one? We just finished that
Just
one.
finished.
So now we're just on the cash only request. Okay. Okay, so the demand far exceeds our ability to deliver. So we're going to have to make some decisions in this regard, Council. So if we start at the top, request from Align Collective for just over $24,500. Councilor Reagan?
When I read through the application on this one, it looked like it was just general funding to the operations. I didn't see a specific program outline. So it's hard for me to support this one as it was described. And I know too, they also, I think, have, fully paying professional clients and so on, and there's an existing private business as well, with basically the same model. So I think it's challenging to support one and not the other for me.
Any other thoughts, Council? Councilor Rees?
Yeah, and I actually had a tour through it a couple of months ago through their offices, but for me, these grants are, generally speaking, are something close to charitable purposes. This is not. It is certainly has a community value. I don't deny that, but it is a series of entrepreneurs who are basically in it for profit, who are sort of tenants, and it's the operation of that. So to me, that just doesn't fit my criteria for these grants, so I wouldn't support this.
Okay, if there's an alternate view that wants to be put on the table, I'm willing to take that. If there isn't an alternate view, then I'd like to move on. Okay, so there's no support for that one this time. BC Mountain Foundation has put in a combined request for $25,000. One is actually outside the district. Well, both actually are not in the district of Squamish.
This is not an SLRD.
So,
You know what it was going, because it says not an SLRD.
mine says not in DOS.
Really?
I think the initial report did say not an SLR.
The initial said SLRD.
Oh, okay. So I'm still looking at the one I got on my notes on.
Sorry.
So it's not in the district. So I think it is an SLRD issue.
Exactly right. I have to agree with that.
There is the point, though, that to access both of these locations, one must go through the District of Squamish. And it really is a tourism issue for us, tourism development.
I think for me, when I weigh this one against some of the ones that follow in terms of direct benefit to our citizens, and we have to prioritize. I think there's a way that we could refer those two to Area D Director and see if he could help with some support through his funds. Councillor Reyes?
I agree. I think there might be money available. I don't want to speak on behalf of the area director, but there might be monies available in the regional district for this. The other thing, though, is historically, and it doesn't necessarily bind us, but we've historically not supported things outside of our boundaries. It creates a bit of a jurisdictional issue. So we've tried to focus on what is within our boundaries and not take taxpayers' money and spend it outside our boundaries. It's similar to the mountain biking trails where we've supported projects within, but not so much without.
Councillor Shelby?
Yeah, I agree that I think this is best referred to the Area D Director and perhaps the Water Spike Trail to BC Parks as well. When I was up there in the summer, there was an outhouse at the trailhead, so I'm a little bit confused by the application as well.
I know, I was confused by that.
So I say it's outside of our district boundaries, and for the small amount of money that we have with the enhancement grants, I think it should really be directed towards things that directly impact our citizens.
Okay. So I'll move that we refer these two applications to the SLRD Area D Director, seconded by Councillor Reyes. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Big Brothers of Greater Vancouver Sea to Sky for their program here in our community to match bigs with littles.
And I would be prepared to support what we did last year, which is $10,000.
Any in principle support?
In principle support here.
So, Councillor Peggill?
Yeah, on the one hand, I really like this, but I am a bit just trying to reconcile with some of our definitions because it does seem that this is generally for big brothers and sisters in Squamish as opposed to a specific project or program. And so while I'm very supportive of what they do, I guess I'm struggling a little bit with the PPA argument, and maybe this is a case where it rises to a level where we still want to fund it. But, that's just where I have a bit of uncertainty on that one.
Okay, so I've got general support in principle moved by Councillor Reyes and Councillor Stoner for $10,000. So we can come back and revisit the numbers, but all in favor? Opposed? Okay. And then let's finish off the Checkmas Foundation. The BIA is here, so we'll go to them after this discussion. So to support the 2021 Sundays program for $2,000. I actually thought this aligned very well with a lot of the things that we're working on and seemed to have a big return for a small investment. So I would move support at the amount that they asked for. Seconded by Councillor Anderson. Any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so I'd like to give the floor to the downtown BIA. If you want to come up to the table, since we're all mic'd up, and just sit at the table, you don't have to sit.
Actually, I'll just
And just introduce yourself, and maybe could you just say a little bit about the cash and in-kind requests and how you see the money being used this year? That would be great.
So I'm Robin. I'm the Executive Director for Downtown Squamish as of mid-October. So yeah, this is my first district council session. So yeah, we're asking for more money than last year, primarily due to Canada Day not being able to be downtown. That's where we spent a lot of our budget last year. The in-kind has gone up. That's based on district costs that have gone up per Andy Dawson. He provided that number for us. And then the cash that we're asking for is 30,000, which is going towards all of the events that we put together and supporting the downtown merchants and primarily Canada Day. Canada Day costs a little, obviously more because we're not allowed to do the fireworks downtown, and the only area that the fire department will allow it is at the Brennan Park Field. So we had to spend extra money to bring people from downtown to Brennan Park and get all the permits for that. And that's my understanding as to why we're looking for the extra money.
Council, do you have any questions? Council Reyes.
So would the whole event move to Brennan Park or just the fireworks portion of it?
So last year, the parade and daytime festivities were in downtown Squamish. So that's our normal budget. And then we had over 3,000 to 4,000 people all make their way to Brennan Park around 7 p.m. for food trucks, music, live entertainment, fireworks, all of that stuff. Which it does kind of go against our mandate, taking people out of downtown. They're now not having dinner downtown or drinks or going to any live music downtown until later. The fireworks are at 10 p.m. So it's another reason why we're asking for more money to do that portion, as it's not something that would normally be part of our budget.
Councilor Pettingill?
So so the in-kind, that would be our fees, I take it. I guess what I'm curious though, last year I think it was 15,000 paid for the festivals, and we managed to have people at Brennan Park. So for covering the in-kind lift, why do we need to more than double the cash piece of it if it worked last year?
Well, costs are going up, as you know. We also have, we're looking to change some of the events that happen downtown. Like, we'd like to partner with the Harvest Farmers Festival in the fall and move the pumpkin patch to that time and maybe add a little more to it. And also have a few more events that keep people downtown. And the extra marketing for people to know that there's stuff going on downtown. Which, what comes with that is more permitting and things like that.
Thank you. And if what amount do the downtown businesses put into the BIA, just for an understanding?
That all comes out of their taxes and property taxes. We don't actually charge them ourselves.
But a portion of that flows back through to the BIA, I believe.
Yeah, maybe someone can speak to how the bylaw works.
So the BIA bylaw for 2019 was 91,536 that we received from the downtown core. In 2020, it would be 93,824.
So that money goes to the BIA?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson?
Last year, when we discussed this proposal from the BIA, I put forward the idea that we should really be discussing festivals, the platform that we use for these festivals. For example, Canada Day has bounced between different organizations over the years, and now shifting outside of the downtown zone as it did last year. It seems to me that there should be a discussion of how we approach festivals, and that perhaps that discussion should be linked to the arts, cultural, and heritage strategy. I'm not sure whether this strategy initiative is intending to address festivals, but it seems to me that also these Squamish Days Logger Sports here, which is identified as recreation community, but really is in the same category, and that we should give attention to how we approach festivals as a arts cultural initiative, and perhaps that should be addressed within the strategy. I'm making that general comment because I'm troubled by I think it needs attention also on the part of the BIA to that perhaps there needs to be a review of what entity organizes these things. And the Brennan Park facility is not within the BIA mandate. And so I think this prompts a discussion that should happen. I'm disappointed we didn't have this discussion over the past year. There has been turnover in personnel and so on. I'll leave my comments there. I think we need to address what platform we use in particular for Canada Day.
I agree. I would be open to discussing that.
How much you spend on the fireworks?
I don't have that information in front of me at the moment. Do you remember?
I think the Brennan Park component was between music and fireworks was about $15,000 in cash, approximately, between the music and vendors and fireworks. I think the fireworks themselves are about 6 or 7.
Okay, so
That is right. I remember reading that now.
So just for the microphones, the estimate was that the total cost of Brennan Park was about $15,000, with the fireworks being $6,000 to $7,000 of that. Councillor Race?
Well, and that was part of my point, or my comment was, it's your event, not my event, but it sort of begs the question of why you would move the whole thing to Brennan Park, and I take it that the fire department requires fireworks to be there, but are fireworks necessary for Canada Day? And because it does sort of take people away from the downtown, which is part of the object of the exercise. And so if you just omitted the fireworks from this thing, because we had it in Halloween, not everybody associates fireworks with Canada Day, and just leave the whole thing downtown to make it a more manageable cost. So it's, as I say, it's not something I want to dictate to you. It's your event. I'm happy with the BIA dealing with it. They have in the past. And certainly your mandate is the downtown area, and it brings a lot of people into the downtown. I think that's very positive. I missed it last year. I was out of town, but I think you might reconsider that whole Brennan Park component to it, and whether that's necessary, and that would probably lower some of your costs for sure. I'll speak for myself. I have difficulty supporting it at this level. I couldn't do that in light of all the other pressures we have for this money. I would have difficulty with that. I could support it at last year's level, and maybe more for in-kind if the cost for in-kind had gone up. But if there's probably savings with that as well. If you take the Brennan Park portion out of it, there might be different things that are needed. So I'll just leave it at that.
We did try to do Canada Day without fireworks the year before. My understanding is that there were a lot of community comments with that people didn't get their fireworks, and I think the BIA felt a bit pressured to figure out another way to bring fireworks to that event. But I agree with you that it would be great to be able to keep everything downtown. That's my view on it as well.
Councillor Stoner?
Thanks for coming today. We had this discussion a little bit last year, and recognize that you weren't in this role, and been trying to scroll through our grants application to try and find the actual budget that was associated with your request. But in last year's discussion, we talked about there was some trepidation around the council table around supporting a larger scale Canada Day event in particular, with the additional acts that you guys brought in. And then there was also a request that came forward partway through the year for additional financing for that. That was turned down by council. And my recollection of looking at your budget was that the Canada Day operations are still kind of at that level, and that this additional request is to fund that same scale of event. Can I just confirm that that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Pettingill?
So one of the other, I think I'm generally in agreement with my colleagues, but one of the other things, and I did march in the parade, and there's a lot of great things there. I am, in my own mind, and even in the parade, and trying to reconcile Canada Day with reconciliation. And cities are rethinking Columbus Day and some of these things, and I just wonder, have you given thought to how we put on this sort of event with some sensitivity to reconciliation? And I think in particular it's waving those Canadian flags when we still have a lot of the impacts of colonization and so on quite prevalent in our community. I guess I would be interested to hear your thoughts on that, because I personally have some discomfort with that. In general, I like seeing the whole community get together behind something, and you can almost imagine like a Squamish Day or something, but some of the pieces of it I do find a little bit challenging at this day and age.
I think the question in there, Robin, is do you consult with Squamish Nation, or are they involved in the planning?
They come to the event. They are part of the opening ceremony after the parade and the cake cutting ceremony. They do their welcoming to the land, and they're part of Canada Day. And we do invite them to other events that we host as well, but that's primarily the main one that they come out to.
And to Councillor Pettengill's question about sensitivity to colonization, have you asked for any feedback on the event, or how to make it more inclusive of the nation?
I have not yet, but it would be something I would do in the new year when I start planning all of this.
So I think the crux for what I'm hearing from council is that what I'm hearing from the BIA is it's not necessarily their job to put on the fireworks at Brennan Park. Their job is to bring people downtown, which they do through their events. And so I guess council for us is, are fireworks a nice to have, or are they a must have as part of Canada Day? And should it be up to the BIA to make that event happen at Brennan Park? Or should we eliminate that from the requirements in the ask and see if anybody else steps up to make that happen? Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I just wanted to point out, so in case people aren't aware, I know that some people in the room have attended this event regularly, but each year on Canada Day, the Sikh community and the Squamish Nation host a Canada Day event at Totem Hall. It's very successful, very well attended, and particularly important for both of those two communities. It's been going on for several years now.
That's right.
Which we do share on our social media to make sure that people are aware those are happening.
So I guess my question to you, Robin, is would you guys be okay letting the Brennan Park piece go?
I think so, yes.
Just if I can,
You can come up to the table, Mr. Archibald.
if I can just interject, we didn't do the fireworks 2 years ago. Can
Can you have a seat, just because our microphones are not that great on the table?
We had the fireworks, we didn't have the fireworks 2 years ago because of fire restrictions, and that the fireworks, there was a lot of pushback on the organization from the community for not having fireworks. So we worked with Squamish Fire Rescue last year to determine Brennan Park is the location. Obviously, we didn't get all of the money that we asked for last year, and there was several businesses in the community were kind of upset about that and gave us a one-time donation. So ultimately, that's how we were able to pull it off last year. It's not in our mandate, and that's why we're asking for the money. We've been, the BIA, prior to our previous executive director, had gone very much an events-based organization and less focused on marketing our merchants and doing things to improve the downtown. We used to have the downtown facade improvement, various things like that. So we've been trying to redeploy our money that we get from the 91,000, 93,000 to actually benefit our members. So various initiatives like the Christmas lights downtown, we started it last year. We did another chunk of it this year, and we'll keep doing it. So when we're looking at the main grant that we were, through the funds, through the levy, we want to be spending that money on marketing our businesses, bringing people downtown, and doing initiatives to help our businesses feel that there's value to have the BIA there. That's where we come to council for the grants for some of the events, specifically Canada Day, because we are pulling, as Robin said, 3,000 to 4,000 people out of downtown. And the big part of Canada Day, wherever you are, is fireworks are generally part of a Canada Day celebration, and it's not a BIA event, it's a community event that I think Councillor Anderson had and Councillor Race had brought this up. It's been various organizations through the years. at this point, I still don't know how it wound up on the BIA's lap, but it is, and no one else is stepping up to host or co-host Canada Day. So if you want to take fireworks off and work with another community group, we've got no problem with that. There obviously has to be cohesion between whatever is being organized, but we're doing it because we got a lot of pressure from the community to host fireworks and have that concert. And I think last year was a great example of what a great community event it was in the end. But it's not something that can come out of our $91,000 levy that we received.
Fair enough. Thank you for putting that on the table. Councillor Harper.
Thank you. I attended last year's event and it was an amazing event, and the Brennan Park portion, anyways, I didn't get downtown earlier in the day, which exactly speaks to your the quandary here. But I wonder about speaking about this in like breaking out the Canada Day piece, because the other pieces, and we just had the Christmas parade was a great success, and what else is in there? The pumpkin patch. So I think understanding the costs associated to Canada Day, and I think that that the BIA has done a good job of making this happen. But when we look at this list, further down this list, we've got the rest of our discussion today is like the food bank and also women's center, and like some really difficult choices there. So I think that the community can have a discussion, should have a discussion around who does Canada Day and what they want, what we want that to be. And I don't know if we need to dictate that here. But is it possible to break this into two pieces? One of them being the Canada Day standalone. If we break that out, and then we can come back to that discussion at some point.
Well, I think we know that the fireworks and music were about $15,000 out of the budget.
So yeah.
It is broken down in our application.
Yeah, so I just mean but lumped together as far as our conversation today. So if we pull that out, whatever those amounts are.
Yeah, so let me read this out from I found the grant application. It's, so the total for Canada Day is 45, and the District of Squamish portion of it is 25,000. For the pumpkin patch, the total cost is 5,000, and the district's portion thereof is 2,500. And the Christmas parade is 8,500, and the district's portion is 3,500.
So if I may, just to clarify too, that's the budget for if we're doing Canada Day 2020. That wasn't necessarily the previous cost. So some of this community grant in the past has gone towards some of the downtown festivities as well. It's not just solely Brennan Park, just to clarify that.
Right, because it's all days.
Yeah. Because we have performers and sound and stage downtown as well during the day with more local acts. And then Brennan Park last year was bringing in a bigger act. And the idea was if we're going to do it, we're going to continue doing it, and we're going to make it bigger and better than it was last year. So there's definitely more money that's been allocated this year than previous years. So if all I'm bringing this up, if you're taking Canada Day out, there is still money that's needed for Canada Day downtown through this grant process.
No, thank you. Just trying to figure out a way to make some, so we can talk about the pieces individually rather than open to other suggestions from council.
Councillor Petya?
Just my own personal preference at this point might be to put this one on the parking lot just so I can digest it a bit and go through some of the others and then come back around to this one. Bothers me.
Councillor Ray?
I'm thinking a bit the same, because what I'd like to do before we make a final decision in this is get the downtown portion, plus if we took out the Brennan Park part, does that change the in-kind request?
Yes.
And so if we could get an updated number for that. We may already have it, I just don't have it in front of me. But that's sort of where I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the in-kind number has jumped dramatically, and a large part of that is as it relates to some of the hiccups we had with Canada Day at Brennan Park last year, and barricades and district staff's involvement. I mean, some of the other, I think we may have it broken out from Andy per event, and we can definitely get that back. But there's definitely been district costs that have increased that have caused that number up, but there is a component of that 14,000 and change that's directly related to Brendan Park, because it's a fairly significant logistical operation.
Just by the email thread, it says the cost of Brennan Park would be an additional $1,899 in kind for staff. So the
In
price,
total or additional to last year?
In
So,
addition to last year.
so the quote says, with everything, the in-kind cost would be $11,589.43. That does not include the Brennan Park Fields. If you include the Brennan Park Fields, it would be an additional $1,899.
Is that just the fields, or is that
That's just the fields.
just the field portion?
But not the
Not all
staff
of it.
time and the RCMP
The
time?
RCMP.
The
Yeah.
barricades.
Yes, so,
That was
okay,
the
so
number.
how about this? How about, we ask the BIA and staff to work together to split out the Brennan Park piece from this ask. And then we'll come back to it. Councilor Ford?
I'd like to commend the businesses that stepped up to make it happen. The event happened last year, and I think we all know that funding ask came a little late in the game, and we had a hard time with it around this table as well. What sponsorships or opportunities have you looked at creating to sort of harness that in the community as for those events as well? Because that's something that, given this much runway, I feel we can get to bridge this gap. Because I think I'm hearing it feels like we're going to have a hard time getting all the way there, as much as we'd all really like to see.
Yeah, I mean,
like feel for that.
There's potential for sure. There always is. And last year the runway was very short, and we managed to convince a few people, and a few people just stepped up when they heard that we weren't getting funding for Canada Day. And the ask came when it did, after working through everything with Squamish Fire Rescue, realizing there was no other option. Right, and as a result of that, there was all sorts of associated costs with that. So we can definitely go back out to the community to seek the sponsorship across the board. It's not something that we're against, but I think at the same time, if we're doing that, we need other community organizations to be supporting us in doing that in order to have a louder voice. Right now, it's just us.
Do you have a sense of whether the fireworks would have gone ahead if we had had a total fire ban last summer?
They would not have.
So we had a kind of a wet summer, so even if we put it at Brennan Park, if there was a total fire ban, we would have canceled it.
Correct.
So,
And that's a stipulation from Squamish Fire Rescue. If it's dry, it's not happening
It's not
regardless. At Brennan Park, because of the sprinklers, they soak the fields prior so that reduce the fire risk. And then if they had to throw the sprinklers on, that's a way to help control it, and that's why it is there.
yeah.
I would assume that the music and festivities and stuff would still happen because they
Yeah.
were planned, but maybe we would have been able to put them back downtown, I don't know.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this conversation, so Councilor Pettengill?
Have you had conversations with the Arts Council just in terms of getting grants? I think the federal government often does Canada Day type grants. So do you look at that and have you talked to them about those? And I'm sorry, I don't recall because it was a couple weeks ago when I looked through if you're already getting those grants.
We do through Canada Heritage. That accounts for $9,000 towards, Canada Heritage and sponsors is $9,000 towards. I don't have the exact number that we get, but we do receive money from the federal government every year for Canada Day. We received a little bit more on Canada 150, and then every year we apply and receive money for hosting.
You're good? Okay, so we're gonna work on splitting this out. I think philosophically, I've heard from the BIA that you would prefer not to lead this if it's at Brennan Park, which is a good signal to council that maybe we put it out there to the community and say, there's no plan for fireworks unless another group steps up to either partner with or come together as a collaboration so that we can build. I think fireworks are nice to have, but I don't think, in my personal opinion, it's our job to organize this event as a city hall. And what we're hearing from the BIA is not necessarily their job either. Their mandate is the downtown. So right now there is definitely a gap, but let's come back to it once we have those numbers split out and we'll make a decision. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay. So next up is cutting barriers, employment and training. And this is a huge ask, which felt like covering all of their operating funds. I don't know if it felt like that to anybody else.
Yeah.
And this is the flaw in losing our rural dividend funding, because it compromises organizations like this that have depended on it. So I am supportive of supporting them in some fashion, but not to the extent that they've asked for. That just takes a huge portion of our budget here. Councilor Race?
I'll agree with that. I mean, keeping in mind that this is essentially a provincial responsibility that we find ourselves immersed in. I'd be happy to participate, assuming that there's other sources of funding coming in. So I'm closer to where we were last year. In my mind, last year we approved $7,000. I would go to $10,000 and hope that they can find funding from other stakeholders in this program.
Councilor Stoner?
Yeah, I think that this one's particularly challenging because I think it does reflect the loss of other important granting programs through the province. It is not necessarily within our jurisdiction, and it's also, we've seen it come back year after year. It is a fledgling program that's trying to get off the ground. So I am willing to support it in kind of the order of the $10,000 range to try and get it through this year, but I do also want to, we had this discussion last year that we don't want to become core funders for ongoing operations. So I do see that as potentially being a risk going forward if we continue to do this year after year. So just being cognizant of that, willing to do it this year, but for lack of a better word, putting folks on notice that this isn't something that they can rely on for core operations.
So I've got two councillors supporting sort of somewhere in the $10,000 range. Councillor
Yeah, I
French?
support 10, right?
As well.
Okay. Councillor Penka?
Yeah, I guess my question would be though, and I think I heard it asked last time, is, you know, they wanted this to make a specific program change. So is 10,000 useful or helpful? Are we comfortable if we're not sort of, you know, giving $10,000 to accomplish a specific program? It'd be nice to have some feedback about, is it sort of an all or nothing kind of thing, or is any amount particularly useful? Or is it, you know, 12, like if we're going to cut it lower, it really needs to be 12 to make a difference. Just be my thought.
Well, all the applications say if you don't get this funding, where will you seek other funding? So they all have to contemplate that. My general experience is that we have cut everybody's ask in years past, and no one's really ever said, no thank you. So.
Yeah, I'm not worried that they'll say no thank you. It's more that will we be effective with the money we're getting as effective. But
And to the point, to the council, I think you're correct in saying we do tend to focus on projects as opposed to operating funding. The reality of it is, though, with some of these organizations and women's centers and others that comes to mind, it kind of goes into the wash and maybe ends up being partly used for operating funding. I think that's just the reality of it. So from my perspective, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's maybe a preferred course to go to projects, but there are exceptions.
Okay, so I've got a majority that would like to put this in the $10,000 range in principle. That was moved by Councillor Race, second by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. House Sound Women's Center has asked for a multi-year funding, which personally we don't have room for, but we could do a one-year funding. This is in the $20,000 ask, which is, did they not ask for money last year?
It was in kind, and I believe it was for landfill for pearls.
Pearls.
So, and I was just asking Tammy why. Yeah, she's just.
Yeah, because usually that is a standard ask
Yeah.
from them.
You don't have to.
No, but I think that might be an oversight either on their part or ours.
Possibly. That was last year. Yeah, so. It might have been.
Okay, so on our parking lot, can we put a note, Ms. Glende, to follow up with the House on Women's Center on their in-kind? Make sure we don't miss it. I think that's an essential part of what they do. And then and this is to expand their support services. Councillor Peggy.
And a bit of a broken record, so maybe the answer would be the same, but if I had some understanding of, $5,000 equates to one more room or two more women served per year, it's a rough, give or take, this would be a little bit helpful.
Councillor Peggy. We had the opportunity last time to invite people in to speak.
I know I missed that one. I did have a list and sent to other people.
So okay, so I'd like to propose $10,000.
I support that.
And that's seconded by Councillor Race. Just in principle, I think this is our community is growing, there's a need. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then we'll check on the in-kind piece.
Deal with it separately.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, the next up in my Sea to Sky Zero Carbon Challenge. This is about empowering citizens, businesses, and local government to transition to a zero carbon economy. Yeah, Councilor.
Yeah, I have difficulty supporting this more because it's a political ask really than as much as climate change widespread, but it's a political ask as opposed to some of these others, which to me are more of a charitable ask. So that's the difficulty I have with that.
Councilor Peggy.
My understanding actually is right now the climate leadership team is looking at the output of the CEA, Community Energy Association, and they've got a climate leaders playbook, which I think the CLT is following. And they don't call it exactly a zero carbon challenge, although it's almost the exact same title, but one of the tasks and activities and outcomes of that is supposed to be almost exactly this. And so in my mind, now I'm trying to think about, with our limited resources, how do we get some of these things in the playbook happening? And I see this potentially as a way to have some of those pieces done more by the community with volunteers and so on, which is why this one does make a little bit of sense to me, because I think it's aligning very much with the stuff with CEA and climate leadership teams and so on.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes, our community energy and emissions, there's so many acronyms around these related projects. Our community energy and emissions program under the auspices of the climate leadership team has, as part of its work plan, to devise a strategy for working with community organizations. It's explicitly in the sheet that we're working through. And I'd like to see that work completed before we would entertain this kind of a gesture to one of the organizations in this field of activity. Some of the description of the initiative, in fact, sound like a local government, coordinating activities of local governments, businesses, and so on. This is what our climate leadership team initiative is also aspiring to do. I suggest we need to further articulate a community strategy before we would allocate a gesture of this scale to this organization.
Councillor Stoner?
I appreciate the comments to date. I think that the time is now for action on this type of thing. And yes, there are ongoing initiatives that it is always helpful to kind of see the outcomes of. But this is only going to help and progress those further without having to wait for them, I think. I don't think I'm fully supportive of the $15,000 amount, but this is as we figure out, kind of get our house in order in terms of what we can do as a local government. This is proposing, having read through the application, to really kind of create a campaign that allows citizens, businesses, and local governments to understand how and what they can do to take action on climate change. And that is beyond the scope of what I think I want to see our local government take on. And I haven't seen other organizations within our community step up, so I'm happy to support this sort of initiative to get off the ground. So I propose going in at about a $10,000 level. So I'd be comfortable with.
I think we're going to be quite split on this one. I'm actually not supportive of funding this year. I feel this is something that can be supported through sponsorship. I feel like we need to figure out what our bold moves are and determine what our next steps are in terms of bringing down our overall GHG emissions as a community, and then find alignment with community groups that can help us with that. And as my colleague Councillor Anderson said, there's multiple groups working on this, and I'd like to see a more coordinated approach rather than starting to fund one organization ahead of other groups that are out there that could potentially have a bigger bang for the buck in the short term once we know what our bold moves are and the best way to get there. So while I'm supportive of the initiative, I think there's sponsors who could fund this work, not necessarily local government this year, and we could look at it next year. So I won't be supporting that one. Councillor Ford.
Thank you. Given that our budget asks, or our budget for this chapter here is going to be really, really, really stretched. I just don't see this falling in line with the other pieces that are at play here. With I mean, we just took 30,000 of the ask combined between cutting barriers and the House on Women's Center, and I don't see this currently ranking, given that we're doing work on this in other spheres. So, and I think we can get something like this accomplished and funded through a different program in the not so distant future, because there's work underway, as both you and Councilor Anderson pointed out. So I'm good to wait on this one.
Councillor Pango?
Yeah, just to add some context. So I think the proposal from IC to Sky is not that $15,000 would cover this. That this is one small piece. They are actively fundraising and going to other sponsors, and so this was just meant to have us support one piece of this, which is a much larger action. So I think because it seems to align with the CEA's climate leader, I can't remember the name now. It just seemed to align with our strategic plan, with what the CEA is recommending as next steps, and seemed to be a quick way to get going in this, which is why, unlike some of the other things which I think are very important, we've already identified are really provincial responsibilities, whereas this one more directly aligns, I think, with our strategic plan. But
Okay. Councillor French?
I'm happy to take a pass on this one because still ahead of us we have Helping Hand Society, the Hospice Society, and the Food Bank.
Okay. So, any support from you, Councillor Reese?
Not supporting you.
Yeah. Councillor Anderson, any level of support from you? Okay, so a majority not supportive of this one.
clarifying question. Have we budgeted and for the climate leadership team some money for them to take action this year?
There is contingency budget, I believe, Ms. Glenday.
Yes, there is.
So it's not designated for anything, but it's certainly there. Do you remember the amount?
I don't, but let me follow up.
I definitely remember seeing that in the general fund. Okay. For the record, I hate this process. I would like this to be the last year we ever do it this way, and I will be putting forward a motion after we're done this to make sure it changes. I just feel like this is outside of our mandate in so many ways. Okay, our Squamish Placemaking Society. So this is the Our Squamish group who've been building and trying to create public spaces in our current built environment. And this funding is to help support specific initiatives such as sheltered bike rack, public seating. And the ask is $10,000. Councilor Rice.
And I actually met with one of the organizers last week and thought it was a great idea, except I think this is the wrong place for it. I think from my perspective, there are some good ideas here that I think could be funded from active transportation budgets. We already put in about $800,000, I think is at the moment the line item in our draft budget. The shelter bike rack particularly. And the parklets, to me, we have a parks budget as well where we can start funding these things. So I just love the ideas, just think this is the wrong place to fund it from.
Fair point. Councilor Clerk?
I love the ideas too, and the Our Sea to Sky folks presented to the Public Art Committee recently. Cameron's with us.
No, not our Sky, our Squamish.
Or Our Squamish, yeah.
Yep.
And they are great initiatives, and I agree with Councillor Race that this really isn't the place to fund it. And Public Art also has a potential budget contribution. So, reluctantly, I would say no to this one, with the caveat that there are other places within the district where the funding could come from.
Do you want to move a motion to refer this somewhere?
I will. I understand there's already been communication with staff from the organizers anyway, from our Squamish anyway, but I will sure move to refer this and related grants to the staff.
Seconded by Councilor French. Any other discussion? I'm so supportive of this, and if we can get a bigger bang for our buck, having volunteers use portions of our active transportation or park budgets to make this happen, that'd be fantastic. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Sea to Sky Community Services, the Better at Home program. This project will provide nutritious meals to participants, workshops aim to improve participation through advertising as well. We all know that people come to events where there's food. This is a great service. I know in speaking to some members of the Men's Shed, actually they've been hosting lectures and providing food, and they've had great turnouts. So the two definitely go hand in hand. So I'm supportive of the ask. General support, so seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Sea to Sky Nordics had a meeting with these folks. They would like a grant to connect the municipal water grid into the Rotary-sponsored gazebo to get more use out of that park and host more community events there. They have costed this out with our engineering folks to understand, but just the magnitude of the cost, that's why this is a cash request, because they want to go and pay for services. This is not like some of the asks that came in were about in-kind, getting our staff to do it. They have just worked with our staff to understand the total amount of the cost, so that's the $12,000. Councillor Anderson.
Excuse me, I just want to confirm, you're saying that they have worked with our staff on these costs, is that correct?
To understand the options,
To
so they
understand.
have done their homework is what I'm trying to convey. They've sat down with engineering to understand
you.
where the water line is, how big the pipe they would need in order to service this, and the work that they could do on their own to take the water then from the side of the road all the way in. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I just wondered, because the Rod and Gun Club has at various times in the past also expressed interest or outlined a need for water servicing, enhanced water servicing. I'm wondering whether the staff and Sea to Sky Nordic's conversation is included the consideration of their.
Yes, they costed out taking it right to the gun club, which put it in the hundreds of thousands range. It's a lot. That's not to say that it's not doable over time. There's definitely a way to do it. But the first ask is just to get the water across the road to this property. But yes, the gun club and the Sea to Sky Nordics, I believe, have had a conversation about it. It's just the magnitude to get it all the way there is quite high. Did I see your hand, Councillor Pengill?
Yeah, for me, at this point, this one is challenging and be willing to come back around and reconsider, but it, for me, doesn't line up with our strategic plan as a top priority, and given some of the other asks and some of the things we've turned down, it's hard for me at this point to support this one.
Councillor Anderson?
I'd like to suggest that it actually does line up very well with our strategic plan in that we have a neighborhood connectivity in public spaces and several themes there that line up with this. It is an infrastructure project, and I do also pause at the cost of, and place for this. But I do suggest that this is a well-utilized facility with an organization that's done a lot of its own work in constructing with Rotary Club and other partners, and including the Rod and Gun Club, this facility. So I guess my question is this infrastructure piece, how does it fit in with the Community Enhancement Grant Program? But otherwise, I do suggest it does fit in with our strategic plan.
Any other thoughts on that? Councillor French?
I'm with Councillor Pettingill on this one as a nice to have, not a need to have.
Councillor Rice?
Yeah, I can support part of this, I just because of other pressures. But I think it is, they have, partly through municipal funds and partly through their own efforts, basically created a municipal park, and with a lot of volunteer effort. So able to help that to some extent move forward. But I do recognize other pressures. So I'd be prepared to support half of that, for example. Or 5.
I'll second that.
Wow, that was subtle. So
She's preparing to
Councillor,
throw something at me.
yeah. Councillor Race has moved in principle. We support it to $5,000. So I think that's seconded by Councillor Stoner. I think we may have to come back around to this one. I think I'm supportive at this point. I would love to even see a couple of $1,000s go to this in the end, but we can start with 5 and then do the math and come back to it at the end. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you.
So that means it's tentatively...
Tentatively at 5.
At 5.
Okay. The Sea to Sky BC SPCA, this has been a program we have funded on an ongoing basis. Support. Moved by Councillor Ray, second by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Community Foundation, this is our neighborhood small grants program for $10,000, which they then match. And it's too bad that, I don't know if everyone went to their event where people reported out what they did, but I didn't get to go, but I had a report. And were some amazing community events that happened. So this is, for me, very aligned with our strategic plan in creating that community connectivity and resilience in our communities, and people are using this to do great things. Councillor Herford?
So support full round. I think it's great value.
Okay, moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Race.
Can I just make a comment? I think the program is great. Just a piece of feedback to the Community Foundation that it might be worth retaining a portion of the community grants for youth projects, and or trying to encourage a few more youth to participate in the program.
Yeah, for me, I mean, this one, it seems similar to the Arts Council, where we essentially delegate to the Arts Council to decide which artists get a grant. And this is a similar idea, but we put some constraints around the Arts Council one, and I just wonder, if we are essentially asking them to give us some of our money, if we want any constraints around it, like, for example, a youth focus or focus with our climate plan, or otherwise, I would question why we would give a group some money to then give out on our behalf.
I believe the criteria to apply for it are quite well defined about what it needs to achieve and its purpose. So that's why we've supported it in the past.
And if I remember correctly, I think the $10,000 is a portion of the total budget that they're able to allocate. So this helps kind of grow the pot of money that they have for that program, as opposed to...
It gets matched. That's why they ask for that level. They take it up to 20,000.
I believe this is a multi-year grant application. 3 years.
Oh, well, we'll have to take it to 1 for the time being. Unless council feels differently, but we're way over budget on that side of the ledger. Okay. That's been moved and seconded, I think.
I didn't catch it.
Herford Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Excuse me, that was the full amount?
Okay.
Thank you.
Squamish Elementary Outdoor Classroom, First Nations Garden, 7,000. I will say I have a hard time supporting things on school district property. Councilor Penkin.
Yeah, so this is one I'm really torn about. I saw what happened at Valley Cliff, and it's pretty incredible. When I think about the central location and the population of that school, that pack may not have as much money as some of the other packs, and for those reasons, I tend towards thinking about supporting this, despite the fact that it probably should be the school board. But and I asked a question, I didn't see a response unless I missed it. There's, I think, a lot of budget items for fencing, so I was curious about how much community access there is actually planned and what those fences entail. I'm not sure if it's just keeping some deer out or if it's actually keeping everyone except the school out. And then the other piece, I know Squamish is embarking on a very similar program too, and raises the whole question in my mind about, I'm not entirely comfortable about, those who ask are most deserving of the money necessarily. I think sometimes the people with the least capacity to apply for grants and understand are the ones that need it the most. And so, when there's other schools that, and especially at Squamish, with very tight ties to Squamish Nation and some of the reconciliation pieces, I guess having trouble putting all these pieces together. Would like to see, if we did fund this, similar funding going to Squamish, although I know they didn't even put in an application, so that makes it a bit challenging.
Thank you for your thoughts. Councillor Stoner? I thought there was going to be a motion coming out of that. Felt like you were building up to something.
Hear other people's.
Oh, okay. Councillor Stoner.
Appreciate the hesitancy to to fund things that are going onto district or onto school board property. But I do think that these sorts of outdoor gardens, learning outdoor classroom kind of spaces are really critical. And we have in the past set some precedents, although the money went through Squamish Can, but they established the Ramcon Schoolyard, which has seen huge success. And so I do think that there is value in supporting these sorts of projects as both community spaces as well as learning opportunities. So I'd be willing to support it at a level of $2,000 to $3,000.
Yes, I'm sorry, did I jump? Oh.
No, you're right.
The other example, I'm glad Councillor Stoner has raised the example of the Mamquam project, but there's also Valleycliff Elementary. Mayor Elliott and myself attended the opening of the Valleycliff Elementary School Learning Garden, you may call it, with substantial First Nations community involvement in it. I wondered whether we'd been involved at all in funding that project, Valleycliff Elementary. Does anybody recall? I don't recall that came through a community enhancement grant. I just had that question. Thank you.
Councillor Herford and then Councillor Rees.
I also have a hard time with the funding things on school district property, but I do like this initiative, so I'd be comfortable with somewhere $2,500 to split the difference in the $2,000 to $3,000.
Councillor Rees. Okay. What did you say?
I said between 2 to 3.
Okay, there you go.
I'm between 2 and 3 too, so I'll go
Okay.
2,500.
Okay, so moved by Councillor, did you have a question?
I'll support 2,500.
Okay, moved by Councillor Herford, second by Councillor French, the 2,500 to the First Nations Garden at Squamish Elementary. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That was in principle. Squamish Environmental Conservation Society to support the Eagle Watch program. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'm a member of the society, and I just wanted to pass on that I don't feel obliged to excuse myself from this conversation just by virtue of being a member. The dues that I pay and the engagement that I have with the society really is I don't feel has enough impact to cause me to excuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor French.
This one's a no-brainer for me. I feel like this is 50-cent dollars. These folks do great work from tourism promotion and environmental education. I fully support their $3,000 ask.
Seconded by Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Squamish Farmers Market Association, What's at the Market program with additional funding needed for advertising. Do you support advertising? Was the whole budget for advertising? It wasn't. No. Thoughts? Councillor Reese and then
I'd
Councillor
be
Pegler?
prepared to go with what we gave them last year.
I agree.
Councillor Pegler?
Yeah, my sense is that the farmers market's incredibly popular and successful. It's full of for-profit vendors, so I was unsure about why we would still be giving grants at this point.
We don't have to. We don't want to.
Yeah, I would
Other
hesitate.
thoughts? Okay, so Councillor Rice, did you move 3,000?
3.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor, in principle? Opposed? Motion carries. Food Bank, $15,000 for the emergency food hamper program. Yes.
What they're asking is the same as what they were asking last year, and I'd be prepared to support that.
Well, it's what we gave them last year. They asked for 25 last year.
Oh, I beg your pardon. No, what we gave them last year. And they're only asking for the same amount this year.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this one. I think this might be one of the areas where the need far exceeds this request, but they're keeping the request to a level, so I'm happy to support this to the amount requested.
Anybody in opposition to that? Okay. Moved by Councillor Everett, seconded by Councillor Riggs. Supporting principal, $15,000 ask. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Squamish Helping Hands. They are already approved for a multi-year grant of $15,000 for last year and this year. This is additional ask for further outreach funding. So this is to expand their program. So it's a one-year ask of $10,000. Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Benga.
This one's a really challenging one. Squamish Helping Hands does amazing work for our community and really, really critical services, but they have a multi-year grant already. This is for an additional program, but it is also beyond the scope of what municipal governments are meant to be funding on a regular basis. And so I'm hesitant to put money forward this time.
Let's back up.
Yeah, just further to Councillor Stoner's comments, and I understand there's a real need, but you know, this is where I wonder, because Under One Roof is under Helping Hands is sort of umbrella, you know, where's the best place if we're going to put only a limited pool of money? Are we better put it together, better put it under one roof and split it? I'm not sure.
What do you mean by this one and the same? So what do you mean by put it under one roof?
Well, it's, I believe, Under One Roof is underneath Helping Hands' umbrella.
It's their building.
Yeah. So, you know, are we, rather than turn this away, are we better to give even less to Under One Roof and then allow?
Where's Under One Roof?
Look at that.
There's,
Or sorry, Cutting Barriers.
it's a different organization. And they're currently operating out of a district facility.
Sorry, I thought, okay, I was confused then. I thought that was Helping Hands as well.
No, they're a separate nonprofit.
Okay, thank you. I apologize.
Eventually they'll end up in the same building. but-
Yeah, I think the idea is that their programs would run out of Under One Roof, but they are a separate NGO.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Similar with the food bank as well, so if these companies to operate under, in that building, but they'll still be a separate one.
The piece of this ask that may be important for me is that with Under One Roof opening in 2020, having that extra outreach this year to connect with people who would be residents or take up the services of the Under One Roof building might actually be very helpful. But I take your point, Councillor Stoner, that they're already getting $15,000. So I think if there's room in the budget, it would be nice to fund this. I could see why boosting this in the year leading up to Under One Roof might make a lot of sense. That's right. I could feel you thinking.
And I guess I'm sort of in the same spot as both of you, and they already have a grant, and we're going to have difficulty making budget with this. Although I am inclined generally to support your program, so I would want to park the thought of $5,000 and see where we ended up. Is that where we are?
We're at 417.
That's
Two.
what we've already approved is 417?
Yeah.
No, it couldn't.
271. We approved in the multi-year grant. So approved right now is 144. And then the multi-year grants is 127, so we're at 417.
It doesn't add to 417.
271.
271. Yeah.
So our computer can't add.
That cell is broken.
Okay, let's not look up there for a minute.
Okay, yeah.
Let's finish this off.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so, placekeeper of $5,000 for helping.
Yeah, I'll move we park the thought of $5,000.
Seconded by me. Okay, oh, so you don't want to vote on it right now? We're just going to park it?
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's a question mark, so we'll come back to it. Okay, Squamish Hospice Society. With the new hospice open to expand their support services, $10,000, which is what they asked for last year and received.
Support.
Moved by Council Ray, second by Council French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Titans Athletic Club.
Does anybody remember why this is a cash requested? How that is intended to expand capacity?
Councilor Herford? No, that was my hand. Councilor Ray?
Yeah, I don't recall either, but sometimes it's to pay instructors, but I don't want to speculate about this. But as much as I enjoyed that program when I was a member of it, I don't think it's the kind of thing we want to fund out of this fund. I think it was self-funding through entry fees and so forth, and possible sponsorship.
Okay, yeah.
In general, I would agree with Councillor Race, but I just recall that we did fund the Pirates and the youth triathlon.
This is not the Pirates. This is the adult part.
Oh, so well, I was just went for what's the, I see those are in kind, and this is adults as opposed to youth, so that's the distinction. Okay.
And it's capped.
Right.
Councilor French?
I support the Titans and their promotion of athletics and fitness. I don't think this is the way to fund what they're up to.
Fair enough. Okay. I'm not hearing a lot of support, so we'll leave that one off. Squamish Waldorf Association to fund taking its staff on an overnight stay to participate in cultural training. I think that is outside of our jurisdiction.
Yeah, and it's in Lillooet.
Can't support that.
I can't support it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take that one off. Okay. Is that I was called you Councillor Glenday. Miss Glenday.
I got a promotion.
Really? Can you describe it? Have you seen our paychecks?
Not a promotion.
Yeah, not a promotion.
Status.
Again, we could argue that point too. I'll just call you Miss Glenday and we'll move on.
As follow-up, the Community Climate Action Plan, there is a special project amount in the budget for $110,000 in addition to the manager position that's already done.
So there is money. Okay. Would this total suggest that we are currently below our 294,365? Outstanding. Never had money to spend at the end of this process. Of course,
The BIA, we haven't done that.
Oh, the BIA we haven't done. Shoot, you just popped my
Sorry.
bubble. Thank you for that reminder, Ms. Platten. Okay, so we won't solve necessarily the BIA issue today. We do need to follow up the House on Winter Center in time.
Did we approve the 20 and we're just waiting to hear about the in-kind, or we put a hole in the hole?
On the BIA,
Oh no, Women's Center.
on the Women's Center, we did,
Like none of that's in the total yet. 'Cause they have to put
The 20.
we did 10.
10.
Oh, 10, okay.
Well, and there's possibly 5,500 in kind, which would count towards the total.
Okay, well, I'm not as enthusiastic now about that number. Councilor Herford?
do we see that, I don't really see a scenario where they don't need that in kind, unless there's some other, something that I'm.
Yeah,
I'm
I think we
missing,
should
so-
add that in kind in,
Yeah,
just
and
assume it.
I would be comfortable with that, and if anything, it should go, probably somehow have some flat rate, because everything else that we've touch seems to have some amount of
Increase.
just natural increase with.
We waived the
natural rate.
fee.
Yeah, so,
Councillor Riggs?
Yeah, typically it reflects tipping fees,
Yeah.
which I think we've just increased.
yeah, that's what I
So we
was.
would want to offset to the same level, I think, whatever
Okay.
that number is.
Okay. I can look at what they've done to date and then
Okay.
put the increase in.
That'd be great. Okay, so at this point, given the total, given we haven't decided on BIA, and we've added in the House on Women's Center in kind, which would take us up to pretty much our budget.
And I think we should make that in-kind piece just 6, just for a placeholder in our maths, because.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Race. 6,000 for in-kind for the House on Women's Center. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So there's 2 things sitting on the parking lot: the Nordics and the Helping Hands piece. Councillor Penghill?
I just don't remember from the stuff a couple weeks ago what we ended up approving at what levels. So I guess I'd kind of like to, or unless that's still to come, where we go through the whole list collectively.
It's
on
all
one.
been updated on the sheet you got this morning.
So the in-kind requested, that is what we said yes
Yeah.
to. It's not their actual request.
So one thing that I would like to query is the Squamish Minor Hockey, the 8,000 all in kind, because don't they charge fees for tournaments that should cover their costs? Now, I'm not a hockey person, but I'm wondering if there's. That's the only one, because we supported a 5,000 last year, and we've asked for 8,000, but if you run a tournament, you should be covering your costs. And this was for 2,000 per tournament.
You're saying the facility rental, Brennan Park is 4,000 per tournament. So all 4 tournaments, same ice and room rentals, 15,974.
So either our fees are way out of whack for other recreation centers, or else, that was the only one when I reflected back, I sort of thought, well, I like to support youth sports, but when the budget gets tight like this, that was the one that I was curious about. Anyway, no one
Yeah.
else feels the same way.
No,
I'm
I
happy
would
to-
agree with that, and it's substantially out of line with the other youth sports that we have approved in-kind support for. So I'd be willing to reconsider that one, given the others are coming in at less than 3,000. Talking about equity across different sports.
So I'll move 6,000 if anyone wants to support that. Councilor Everett, seconded. Oh, Councilor Stoner thinks you should be 4.
I was gonna say 4.
Might get outvoted.
Can we test 6?
Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Pettingill and Councilor Stoner opposed. That passes. We'll change that to 6. So yeah, council, take a moment and go back through what we approved prior. one that I would query again is the $5,000 in cash for the Squamish Rebuild Society, because that was for advertising costs. And I might move that down to 2,500.
I would propose just keeping that one, because when we have our 315 kilogram target per capita, or pound, I can't remember, unit, this seems like a small but pretty important investment to help achieve that goal, which is a top strategic goal. Arguably it's not the most effective way, but
I'm just trying to create a bit of room in our budget for other things that we haven't dealt with yet.
I just might find pushing elsewhere, personally.
All right, well, test the waters on that one. 2,500 for Squamish Rebuild Society for the cash instead of 5,000. Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Peggill opposes. Squamish Can got their entire allotment of 11,000. Last year they got 8, so that's another place we could look.
I think
Councillor Hubbard?
I think I support Squamish Can, and I think supporting the same level we did last year is quite generous. I know they had specific projects in mind, and we didn't approve their in-kind request, but I'd be comfortable at that 8,000 level if anyone wants to say that.
You want to move that? Test the
I'll move
waters? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Anderson. That we move the Squamish Can cash amount to $8,000 as per last year. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Peggill opposes. That carries 8,000 then. Pardon?
What was that item?
Squamish Can.
Item 25 on the list.
All right. I hate taking the lead on cutting, so I'm done. Councillor Anderson.
I'm looking ahead to the conversation that we'll be having on the BIA request and revisiting that, and thinking back to the Squamish Days Logger Sports Association. Now, the event does have a gate fee, of course, but not all of the events are on site. We have a parade, we have the use of the park, and I'm just looking at their information here and wanting to feel comfortable about treating them both as for what they are, community festivals. And as I've said before, I believe that we need a strategy for community festivals, and that includes both of these, and in fact, not both, because the BIA involves a few. But the Squamish Days monies goes to the 6 organizations that organized it, the proceeds. And I'm just wanting to see both of these festivals treated in an even-handed way. That may or may not mean an adjustment to here, but it will affect my thinking when we come to discuss the BIA festival events.
So just so I'm clear in your thinking, are you saying that the $5,849 we approved for in-kind is too low?
Yes, yes. And I'm looking at the numbers, I'm trying to see, and they're not parceled out as to parade in kind and OCM Pavilion Park in kind, so I don't see that breakdown. But those are the very facilities and types of activities that we will be considering with the BIA application as well. But my more important thought is that we need a strategy for festivals, and one that will treat them all in an appropriately even-handed way. Both of these festivals attract thousands, or all of them do, and this is why I think that they do need that consideration because of our priority on public spaces and community connectedness, if you like.
Ms. Golbeck?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to that briefly. That certainly is the theme that came up in our engagement around the arts and culture and heritage strategy, is how can we use our municipal levers to activate public space with things like festivals and events. It was a major theme that came out of the feedback that people want more things to do in public space. So it is going to be a recommendation of ways that we can leverage our resources to better enable festivals in a more consistent and methodical way.
Councillor Hayes.
Yeah, I'm not an organizer of Loggers Sports, but participating as a Rotarian in that event, they do charge. I think for me it's a different thing than Canada Day, for example, because they charge an admission fee, and then they have a variety of different things around there that actually produce revenue, such as the beer garden and the Rotary Beef Barbecue. And I know every year that's one of the big sources of revenue, and we might have a profit of something like $10,000, for example, but it goes into a pot, and we end up with maybe 2 or 3 or 4 out of it at the end, because it gets spread around other service clubs that help with parking and other things that don't necessarily produce revenue. So it's a bit of a different model, I think, from my perspective.
Yes, I agree. I appreciate that. I'm also involved with the Curling Club as one of those participating organizations in the same manner. However, part of the Squamish Days Festival, 3 of the 5 days do not involve revenue producing events. They involve other spaces elsewhere in the country. Thursday night, Friday evening, the parade Sunday morning, and the event on Monday, a picnic in the Ocean Pavilion Park.
Where was your hacking and slashing?
Oh, Ms. MacDonald, where did my lead on taking money out end us up? So we have about $9,000.
Space? But that doesn't include the BIA.
Doesn't include the BIA.
So,
Okay, I got Councillor Stone first.
I was going to suggest also a reconsideration of the See the Sky Community Services cash request of $5,000 for nutritious meals. I suggest drop that down to 3.
Councillor Pagno?
Oh, that's right, so next.
Oh. Thoughts? Anybody want to second that? Councillor French? That's a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Hertford, Mayor Elliott opposed. And passes. So that's down to 3,000. Councillor Reese?
yeah. Do we know when we might get the information on the BIA?
Not today.
Oh.
Okay. Councillor Hertford?
Can you put a placeholder in there for the fund so we can figure out rough, like, it's not going to be, last year we had 15,000 and 6,500. So working off those numbers, if we want to continue that level or reduce it or raise it, we could put a placeholder number in there, because I think looking at this with a 0 in their spot is, I don't see, that's not a realistic number, 0. So we should put 15 in there just as a placeholder, and we can figure out what sort of numbers we need to find from by reducing others, or just as a way to work with this a bit more while we're here.
Well, we can absolutely put a placekeeper in there. I think philosophically what I'm grappling with is when we have all these not-for-profits that are serving the most vulnerable in our community, and we're slashing their budgets in order to have a few parties downtown, which do have an impact, they're positive for our community. But this is what is so untenable about this process, and to the point of Councillor Anderson, is what are we going to do about funding festivals and that sort of thing? So they're not competing with, nutritious meals and training programs.
And
So
if we're proposing that we put $0 in here as the placeholder, then that's, okay, that just wasn't where I was at as far as the number to put in there as a holder in this budget.
It's tough because,
I hear you.
you know,
Is that number 0, Phil?
I don't know if the number is 0 this year. That is a harsh statement of where we go without a plan for how we go forward. So I certainly wouldn't suggest it's 0. And the other thing too is that we can just be over budget here. That's our other option. We'll have to keep it to 294. We try. I'm not sure we were successful last year.
Seems unlikely.
No, it looks like looks like we funded from accumulated surplus.
Oh yeah, that would accumulate surplus.
Doug, how do you get that out?
It's 242.
I get it for you, Councillor.
283. 276.
Councillor is.
I was going to suggest that we just stop there until we get the BIA number, and then we know what we're dealing with.
Okay.
Just
Councillor Pena?
on the topic of harsh statements, I wanted to get one in before we finish. So, Big Brothers, they arguably are the only ones who are directly supporting vulnerable kids in particular. But the ask from us is essentially $1,100 per kid. So it's for 10 kids. And in total, the program costs, I think, is estimated at $30,000. It's $3,000 per kid. And it's another one where I'm torn because on the one hand, there's no one else directly addressing this need. But when I look at sort of investment per population, this seems to be very, very high, this amount. And, when we look at some of the cuts we've made to House and Women's Center and cutting barriers and some of these other ones, it's a little bit hard to reconcile that number for the number of kids served.
And so?
So, I would... I don't know, I think to be consistent with our others, I would drop this by about half.
Then you would have to put a motion forward.
I will do that. So I guess that would be 57.50.
So, Councillor Pena,
Oh, we did to 10. Okay, so I would say 57.50, which is half. And I see that as consistent with what we've done with the other social services nonprofits.
so you've moved, sorry, what's your name?
57.50.
57.50. Is there a seconder on that? Seconded by Councillor French. Councillor Rees?
Yeah, I'm not going to support that. I prefer the original number, and I take the point about the per capita charge. I look at a program like that, and if we could just perhaps even save one child from going sideways somewhere in the future, I think our community is far ahead. $10,000 is nothing compared to what it might cost. So I would just, for me, I'd just leave it where it is.
Other comments, Councillor River?
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I think I agree with Councillor Race. That $10,000 I think is well spent, and it does serve a small number, but by reducing that, we're just reducing the number that it will serve, that it will affect. So I'm happy at the 10,000 level. I think it's a great investment. It's a great program, and yes, I wish other orders of government step up and do more in this area, but here we are.
I think this really exemplifies why this process is so challenging. But I definitely take Councillor Pettengill's point in that it would be a move that would be consistent with the other things that we've done with the other organizations. There's also a question of Big Brothers, Big Sisters, the larger organization compared to the rest. So would it be better to put that $10,000 towards cutting barriers? And these are the sorts of questions that are not where we should be focusing our time and energy with this process. So I'm willing to leave it at this 10,000 as we had previously discussed this for this year, but I do think that it begs the question of how do we revisit this process so that we're not stuck here again next year.
I think the cut to 5750 is too steep for me, so I won't support it. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Hereford, Anderson, Race, Elliott, Stoner, opposed. You want to try a different amount, Councillor Pettingill?
No, I think the discussion's good, and maybe for next year, we can see some other, if we do this again next year, other asks that maybe have a higher impact, more vulnerable kids for the money, possibly.
Okay, I'd like to stop there until we have the BIA and take a bit of a recess and then start on the general fund a little bit early. So we'll address those things on the parking lot, bring it back at our next budget meeting, which might be in January, do you think? Is there another one before the holidays?
We were going to speak to you about that, Mary Elliott, tomorrow and try and fit about an hour next week or a bit more to follow the budget.
Okay, good. Okay, so I would like to move a motion that staff bring back an alternative to the community enhancement grants process prior to the application or the call for applications in 2020. And I'm going to add just some bullet points to that, which is looking at potentially a partnership arrangement with a not-for-profit in the community, similar to Arts Council or SORCA, so that we just allot a set amount, we put some criteria around it, we give it to a community organization, and we don't deal with it. The amount of administrative time it takes for our staff to go through all these applications, we are spending so much money and council time to allocate this amount of money. So I think we need to elevate our process. I believe we should look at our delegation bylaw and look at ways that our staffs, to many points that Councillor Pettingill has made along the way, has clear direction on where they can waive fees for not-for-profits, so that we don't make that decision as a council, that we empower our staff to decide whether they should waive fees for a hockey tournament or for whippet racing. So that we give that to staff. That shouldn't need to come to our table anymore if we set some criteria around that for staff. And then the third bullet I would add to this is that we look at what's a fair way to allocate a budget amount each year. However, is it similar to how we determine it this year? It's a certain percentage of the general fund, or is there a different way to look at it? So with those three things to look at, I would like our proposal to come back before applications go out for 2020. Someone will second that? Seconded by Councillor Rains. Discussion.
Yeah, I would just sort of like to add, if we can, the idea that however we move forward, we look to not just organizations that come forward, but having some awareness of what's going on in the community and overall what's the best way to redirect our resources. And that at the top of my mind is Squamish and Squamish Elementary right now, which are both doing very similar projects, and only got asked for one, and it's not clear to me that one's better than the other or more reserved than the other. Benefit. I would like to see sort of money sort of flow to both, probably, and so some way to not depend on or expect organizations to have the resources to deal with grants, because it's a big burden on an organization, a small organization, to do a grant application as well. So that's a barrier to the groups that need it the most and could provide good benefit.
Thank you, Councillor Race.
Yeah, I tend to agree from our staff's perspective that would be a good move. I think, having had a little bit of history in this, and I won't go into it all now, but one of the things I think we have to be careful about is that these are taxpayer dollars that are being spent, and so when it happens in this room, in the camera, in an open room, there is an element of transparency around it, which you might lose some of that. I think the criteria and the process that we set up for this, for whatever partner we end up with, will be a critical component of this. But I think it certainly worth a look at, absolutely, which I think is the gist of the motion.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I'm going to support this motion as well. I think we'll need to take special care or we'll review this with staff when staff comes back to us, but what are the different categories of programs? I'll mention two. Healthcare. We have the Squamish Hospice Society applying to us each year, but in fact there are conversations within the healthcare community locally that there could be better coordination of fundraising activities on the part of the 4 societies that are out there. And that's a conversation ongoing independent of us. Also within the recreation community, we all attend during election time, the open house with all the groups. And this is a conversation among outdoor recreation groups as well, is that some conversation about coordination and new platforms and entities to organize that coordination.
Thank you. Councillor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's clear improvements that can be made to this process, and I find it draining of both of myself and of our organization's resources to do it in this way. So I'm happy to look at whatever the proposed new mechanism would be.
Thank you. Councillor French?
Yeah, I'll support the motion, and I feel like I'm in a Wayback Machine because a few decades ago when I was sitting over there as a journalist, this almost exact same conversation took place, and ultimately it led to the creation of the Community Foundation. The vision was that this process would get handed over to the Community Foundation. Obviously that didn't happen. The Community Foundation is a great organization that's doing great work. So I guess my point is that we do need to do something, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so let's do a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 1:15 and start on the general fund. Good morning. We are back in our special business meeting, and now on to item 2, which was supposed to start after lunch, but we're going to start it now, and that is discussion about our general fund for the budget. Over to you, Mr. Ross.
Good morning, Mayor Elliott, members of council. You'll see by this first slide that this is the same presentation that you saw last week. So we started on it, and I'm going to walk us through a little bit of it, and then we're going to jump basically to where we left off. As soon as I can figure out how to get the mouse to go. Here are our goals. The library board piece was last week. We talked about the public input piece, and we gave you a little bit of scan on public input. That was last week. We talked about the overview and existing service levels. We did that last week. Next week we plan to talk to you about service level changes, and this week we plan to talk to you most specifically around capital projects and special operating projects. That being said, I'm now going to do my best to skip through a batch of slides.
Ms. Glende?
Mayor Elliott, just for clarity in terms of the service level changes, we just received late yesterday the draft short-term capacity review from our consultant. The CLT did work once we got that and looked at the contingency that is built in the service level changes. And at this time, we're confident that we can address our short-term capacity needs, including the 3 positions that Council saw last week, within that contingency amount. The caveat is that that's a prorated amount, and so in 2021 there will also be a service level change to annualize that capacity build. So next week, the reason we didn't want to bring it today is that it's not baked. We want to double check our numbers and then bring that forward to council next week.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have a question, Councillor Rees?
Well, just to clarify, that was, I haven't looked at the sheet, but that was the $450,000 contingency. But we'd already, I think, in the discussion, netted out a couple of items against that We're somewhere else in the budget, did we not?
Go ahead, Ms. Gormley.
If I might, we had actually asked that council hold off on that, but in the interim, looked at those three positions, so the economic development officer, the facilities director, and the IT security position. And those and our short-term capacity increase will fit into that 475. It's not fully baked, but I just want council to know that the capacity review isn't coming back with an increase beyond the 475.
It's not going to be worse than what's there.
So the total is just the 475 then,
Correct,
as opposed to 475. It started off as 475 plus some other positions.
correct.
So it's just the 475. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, thank you for that clarity. This is a high-level snapshot of what the overall tax impact looks like. And the 475 number that we are discussing, excuse me, is included in the second line, service level changes at 691. Okay. We talked about the existing service level and the service level, the base adjustments. And today we were talking about, we spoke briefly about new initiatives. I'm just outlining the three groupings that we have, again, as have been addressed by CAO Lindy. We will be coming back with a more fulsome view of the service level changes next week. This week we want to focus on the special projects and the capital project component. So that being said, I'm going to skip past that first slide and into the second one. So with respect to the capital plan, our existing capital plan for 2020 contains approximately $24 million. That's funded through a number of sources. And the amount that is directly funded by property taxes in the current year is $1.8 million, slightly lower than that. We are addressing a number of priority items. We're addressing projects that are considered of a strategic plan nature. We're addressing projects that are considered, are derived from the master plan. And we have a number of projects that provide municipal services or related more directly to municipal services. And as you can see, the amount of costs being recovered from property tax vary with each of those buckets. And within this, the municipal service category, we've also broken that down into growth, facilities, infrastructure, and equipment. So it is these buckets that we are going to be discussing today, and we have provided council with listings of the various projects within the packages that you would have received last week. And what I would, those projects are listed, and the listing is in order of department. So it's not a priority listing, it is a listing of projects that are recommended by administration. And then we come down to a line, and at that line we stop, and that equals $1.8 million. And then below that line, per se, not really necessarily that fond of the term above the line and below the line, but it seems to be one that we use, so we'll continue. There are projects that we have listed as for council consideration. And so within that grouping of projects, there are projects that we believe are slightly lower in priority from an administrative standpoint and/or are not directly within, quote, the mandate. I mean, they are within the mandate of council, but maybe less so within the mandate of the administration. So for example, in that grouping, you will see a couple projects from the library. The library board presented last week. I believe that their ask was viewed favorably by council. And so when we come to discuss more fully the projects that we are requesting additional consideration, a couple of those projects are from the library, and if it is at your discretion that they should be included, then the option is to increase that 1.79 million by, I believe, $90,000 for library projects, or to direct administration to take a few projects out to allow the library projects in, so to speak. There are also a few other projects which have been proposed by management, and we think that they are important, but we think that they are of a slightly lower priority from a spending request standpoint, and that if council deems them to be key, then we can include them. Some of those projects have been brought forward by community groups. So as an example, there's a project related to conversion of a tennis court to a pickleball court. That is not necessarily a high priority for our public works group, but if it is deemed from council's prerogative to be a high priority for the community, then certainly, our public works group will take on the project, and we will do our best to incorporate it and complete it in 2020. So that being said, I believe that I'm going back to you, Madam Chair, and allowing you to direct the conversation.
Let's just make it a free-for-all today. No, I'm just joking.
No,
let's try something new.
You are the referee of said free-for-all, okay?
So council, we have a long list of capital projects. As Mr. Russell said, they're in order by department. The ones that I might direct your attention to first are the ones that actually impact taxation, rather than those that are coming from DCCs, reserves, grants, and the other one's borrowing. You might want to look at as well. So if there's questions about any of those items, now is the time. Councilor Pangborn?
Just making sure I'm understanding the documents correctly. So items 42 through 46 are below the line currently, and those are this year's projects, which were, it's proposed we don't fund at this point. 47 through 71, that's just stuff starting next year throughout the context, but we're not being asked about those ones.
Karen, that is correct. The items from 47 to 71 are future years, and we include them because within our financial plan bylaw, we present a 5-year plan. So this is, in the first year, our best guess as to what the priorities will be for future capital spending after 2020.
But you're not really looking for feedback on those ones at this point?
You can certainly ask questions
yes, you
about
can
those.
you can ask questions,
Absolutely.
obviously. Sorry, I'm not going to suggest no. We're not going to talk about that.
No. Anything that's on the list, happy for you to ask questions about. It's fine. Cool.
We're
Councillor Stoner.
not asking you to make a funding decision with respect to those projects.
I'm just curious, so line number 23 is a DCC Pioneer Extension. Line 23 I'm looking at?
Yeah.
No, sorry, it's line 21, the Garibaldi Canal signal. I'm curious why half of that is a DCC and the other half is taxation.
Our roads DC projects are funded, and I mean, it's like 45-55. The municipal share is 45%, the DCC share is 55%. That's how the DCC bylaw is set up. That's the ratio of growth to existing development that's assigned in the DCC bylaw. So that is not something that we can adjust, other than putting more funding in outside of DCC contributions. And that is different from water and sewer projects where it's 99 and 1%.
Right.
So that's why you see that.
That's why that's.
I'd like to ask about the CN rail crossing improvements, because they're a lot of money, and I know we apply for grants all the time. Have we been successful at any grants that we've applied for?
Not with respect to the crossing improvements, no. I think there are some others related to maintenance, but not with respect to the crossing improvements, no.
And are we required to upgrade all of these by a certain time?
There is a timeline, yes. I'm not sure how rigid that is. Every municipality is dealing with this, and we have 21 or 22 crossings.
So this ask, we're still going to apply for funding because it's basically $1 million a year. And we've only got it coming out of grants. So if we don't get a grant, we're not doing them.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Councilor Rice.
Thank you. Had to get my ruler. So number 22, active transportation improvements, which we showed total project cost of 4.3 million, 1.1 in 2020, and then 800 after that. Being funded in total by grants and other. And is that the same or is that different from what we put into our operating budget as a contribution to capital for active transportation? Is there a duplication?
No, there's not a duplication. What we have put into our operating budget as just pausing here and make sure that I answer your question appropriately. In the operating budget, we are showing a transfer to capital for a number of projects. So for example, that $1.8 million is the amount being transferred out of the operating budget to the capital budget to fund the capital budget. That is not for a specific project, that is in global. In addition to that, within the operating budget, we are also on the special project side, we also have some projects that are funded from, that support active transportation and are funded from a similar source. The project that you see here for active transportation, its primary funding source is the Community Works Fund, gas tax, that's a better way to put it. And that is our primary source for funding active transportation projects. The amount that you see here in 2020 has been elevated slightly because there has been an application for a Bike BC grant. There's two grants. I got an email this morning on this, so it should be really fresh in my head, but I can only remember half of it. There were two grants, one for $150,000 for Bike BC and another one which I believe was through the federal government. I can't recall exactly what it is off the top of my head. And if we get those additional grants, then we would spend $1.1 million. The regular work plan for active transportation is $800,000 a year. And that $800,000 is funded from the from the money that we receive via UBCL,
Oh, the cash tax.
for community parks. I hope that answers your question.
No, that does make sense. And I think I was remembering incorrectly that it came from, it's in the operating budget, but it's not funded by taxation.
Okay.
It's funded by, yeah, okay. So, so that's that money I get, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Councilor Hurford.
Thank you. The number 16 on this list is the commercial washer extractor for the fire department. I understand the need for it, but I'm curious about the timing of putting that into the facility, if it's a big deal to put it in and you're having new facilities come online shortly. And I'm just curious about that, and the notes on it didn't really speak to it.
My understanding is that question was raised with NCLT, and I'm going to attempt to address it unless you would prefer. Okay.
It could be moved, and the timeline was more urgent, we felt, than waiting to have the new facility developed before we got this in place.
And is it a plug and play in the existing Analyst fire hall, or is there some work to be done? I'm just worried about.
You mean like in terms of upgrading the utility capacity?
Yeah, actually installing this machine. Yeah, in terms of actually implementing the pieces, this is inclusive of whatever's needed to install it and run it.
That's all in.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. There's a line item called Transportation System Improvements, line 27. And it seems to have to do with sort of safety improvements and intersection improvements, but usually we have like a paving budget and an active transportation budget. And this one seems like a new line item that is sort of addressing an intersection between those two things. And I'm curious why it's not included. First time I remember seeing this.
It is new. It was proposed last year, didn't make the cut last year, but we're spending our active transportation budget pretty much every year. We're spending the paving program every year, and what we're struggling to do is to find the capital dollars to do the other things, safety improvements, intersection improvements that aren't paving related. They aren't particularly active transportation related. Making some improvements on Perth, for example, to deal with the speeding issue, is one of those issues that it doesn't fall into the paving program, it doesn't fall into active transportation. So there are things like that we struggle to find funding for. Similarly, pedestrian improvements along Queensway, all of those sorts of things never really fit anywhere. The budgets that we have get spent, so this was it is a new increment to help us be able to plug that gap.
That's a Rachel.
Also,
It's a great endorsement, Mr. Buxton.
Just with respect to active transportation, for example, I know the paving budget, we establish what we want to do with that. We have a report, list priorities, and we kind of follow that report. But the active transportation budget, I mean, at this point, for example, I know we put in 800,000. It's kind of a number that I think we've just landed on over the last couple of years. Do you have right now, for example, $800,000 in projects, or is this something that we find projects for, or we move the budget around a little bit, choosing that project over this project during the year? How rigid is that program? And I guess to be perfectly transparent, I'm wondering what would happen if something else came along in a couple of months. Would we have the flexibility to say, yeah, we like that more than we like perhaps something else?
yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair. So the basis for our active transportation program is the active transportation plans. There is a master plan. It's not as prescriptive as some, like the sewer master plan or what have you, but it does have sort of broad areas and prioritization for both walking and cycling infrastructure. We do have, we develop each year, we develop a plan based on that and other things going on that we can attach to, if you will, other capital projects, so in order to get synergies. And also critical link-ups, such as where this year the waterfront landing is linking up onto Clerk, and they're doing the intersection. But that's a good opportunity while that intersection is being done to look at the cycling and pedestrian flow through that whole area and make some improvements. We have some plans there, and also what we can do for grants and what's eligible for grants. So we put that in the big mixer, and it's actually a very extensive process to come up with that program each year, and to prioritize them each year and mix in safe routes to school and all of that. It is relatively fluid, using all of those bases and master plans that the council has provided or has approved, but we do have some flexibility because it's a large one single line item. We can be tactical during the year.
Councillor Pettingill?
The fiber conduit, a couple questions. One, is that literally just the conduit, or there's fiber in there and or some of the infrastructure to connect the fiber up at our various buildings, or is this just conduit?
It's office.
Thank you for that question. Robin Arthur, General Manager, Corporate Services. So the fiber conduit project, there's typically two different opportunities when engineering opens up the ground and we take advantage and we put in fiber. This is a specific project this year where we have been installing a fiber optic loop that connects all our buildings with dark fiber and makes our a redundant emergency system. So this is the last part of that project.
It's great that we call it dark fiber. It makes us sound kind of nefarious.
Exactly.
So it's part of our emergency.
Yeah. I'd like to ask about the intermunicipal hall funding. Interim space for municipal hall, which is 1.1-ish million, 610,000 of that this year and the rest in 2022. And I'm just wondering if there's been a business case for putting more trailers here versus leasing space.
So how I would like to address the answer to that is CLT had a lengthy discussion, and I believe that the original recommendation was that project should be removed, okay? And I think that's fair to address some of the issues that you are suggesting, Mayor Elliott.
Okay.
Upon further reflection, a decision was made that we would leave this project effectively as a placeholder to ensure that there are funds within the 2020 to 2024 financial plan that would allow for alternatives to staffing requirements pending what council's decisions were around the workforce contingency plan. So if the workforce contingency plan is approved and the request is to add, let's say, a half dozen positions, and it's determined that those positions would be ones that would work out of municipal hall, then we need to have the flexibility to be able to address capacity constraints within this building. So that being said, I think that there was a desire to leave some funding there. It's not for a specific solution.
Can I just quickly ask, it says it's coming out of reserve, which reserve?
The original amount was intended to come out of the land sale reserve, but we've since changed our tactic.
Yeah, Mayor, sorry, excuse me, Mayor Elliott, through you. This actually should be not in here, and if anything, just reduced to like a furniture amount, because following our look at the initial short-term capacity review, this is not needed. So we will take it out.
Okay, I was feeling just a little bit of concern that this would come out of the land sale reserve when we need the land sale reserve for other things, so. I'm watching you all, I could see you whispering.
Yeah, it was a miss. It was a miss.
Okay,
Or
all
it should
right,
be
but you
reduced.
might put a small amount in there when we see this again? Okay. Yeah. I'm glad I asked. Councilor Payne.
Just, if I can have some understanding, the electrical kiosk for Hendrickson Field talks about it, that's currently privately owned. So what does that concretely mean? Does that mean when a festival comes to town, we can't generate revenue because we don't own it? Does it mean we can't turn the lights on or off, or the baseball team has to pay some private entity to do that? Or like, and is it a functional one and we want ownership, or we for some reason, for electrical compliance reasons, we need to replace it as well to make it our own?
It's a bit of yes and no to those questions. The fundamental thing is that the owner of that kiosk, it was installed as part of the Squamish Valley Music Festival and intended to be then rented to festival organisers. The owner of that kiosk has asked us to purchase it at a price that we think is more reasonable to just buy a new one. And the risk is that if that entity removes it, it will be a bit dark at the sports ground for a little while. So, it's a bit of a risk, and it's an overpriced second-hand piece of electrical equipment that we'd rather not purchase, and we'd rather just purchase a new.
And so before the Squamish Valley Music Festival, how do we turn the lights on or off? Or does this have, plugs and stuff so you can run other festivals? There's more
Sorry,
to it.
it's not really to do with the lights, it's the power supply to festivals. So the festivals would be rather dark and quiet.
So on that, is this something we could make as a condition of a festival coming, or look to do that, or we would look to have this as sort of economic development kind of infrastructure?
It's probably infrastructure that we need to be able to provide to a festival. It would be difficult to host a festival without this. Hence the concern if the entity that owns it decides that they're going to take it back, we will have to move relatively quickly to replace it.
You good, Councilor Payne? That's good. Any other questions? Anybody want to discuss those items below the line?
I have.
Okay, sorry, he's spoken a lot today already. Councilor Herbert. I'll get to him.
I'd like to see both library projects above the line here. I think when Hillary was here last week, or last amendment, the use of the systems they have there are nearing or exceeding capacity. So the public computer system upgrade, I'm trying to get the exact date on last time that system went in, but earlier in this budget we've got our annual workstation upgrades, and in the rationale for that, IT recommends that after 5 years is the general replacement time. They consider best practices to keep the rest of our workstations working, and from what I recall, the public computer system the highly used public computer system at the library is already exceeded that, and is one of the most used pieces of their facility. So I'd like to see that in there. And I think they also made a great case for the impending need of a potential facility upgrade from a square footage standpoint. So this internal space improvements, to me, is really about efficiency of the space that they have there already. And I already think we're getting really high value out of everything that's been happening over at the library. But this particular piece also ties into, I believe the main focus there is space for teens, and it ties into a lot of things that we heard through our youth engagements as well. So I'd like to see both of those above the line, how we get there. I'd like to discuss whether we bump the budget by that 90, or if there's something above that should come below. But I would like to see both of those items in.
Okay, Councilor Payette?
I'd support that at least in principle. See how it's all falls out.
And did you have another question?
I did.
Okay.
So just going back above the line for a second, there's a bunch of Brennan Park and field related items. A Brennan Park replacement is in the real estate master plan. I think we're uncertain about the exact timing of that. So I'm just wondering what kind of philosophy we're using. I see some of these are immediate life safety, but are we thinking we'll deal with those with sort of planning for the worst? So plan that whatever we do will last us a long time in case we need that? Or are we thinking, no, we're putting the absolute minimum because we have Brennan Park in the real estate master plan?
Ms. Arthurs?
So the ones that are facilities related, the answer is both. So in some instances, it's an emergency, must be done now. And in other cases, what we're contemplating is let's put in what can be transferred into the new facility. Just like there's some items here at Municipal Hall that it's the same philosophy. Let's not put something in here and in a few years not be able to take it with us. So everything that they're putting in now is contemplated to be put into the new buildings, except for maybe some of the arena emergency things.
Yeah, going back below the line. So the tennis court conversion to pickleball at $50,000. Talking to some people, you can have a completely adequate, there's two sets of lines and you have to deal with knowing which lines are your lines, but a similar net, or even the same net for a lot of people. So I'm curious as to why this number is so high. And I think we had the presentation before council. All it was just a proposal of adding some lines.
It was to support a grant request to a foundation, is why the delegation came in.
And that was the price that both the grant applicant and, they had estimated it to be a fair bit lower, but we would rather estimate a little high and do it properly than do it on the cheap.
And might I add that the $50,000 that we're showing here is the total cost. That does not reflect the grant component. So what we're part of the rationale is council can direct us accordingly, but the decision would be either we're going to support it or we're not. And if the decision is we're going to support it, then are we supporting it regardless of whether the group gets the grant? And if that's the case, then the cost would be $50,000. So that's the cost that we've included because that reflects the total cost of the project. Obviously, if the group were to get the grant, we would accept their contribution and reduce the portion that would be required for the taxation accordingly.
Maybe, I'm not clear, again, from what I understand, why this isn't just some lines and maybe a second net, you just switch the net in and out, like, you know, regardless of who's paying why this is a $50,000 project, seems like, are there fundamental issues where the court needs resurfacing generally?
I would have to get that level of details from Mr. Smith. I can do that relatively quickly, I think.
Okay. Come back to that one. Councillor Anderson and Councillor Stone.
Yes, I'll come to the pickleball, but I wanted to cover first number 42 and just ask the water line for the new community garden at Evelyn Park. If I could ask, get a picture of who the clientele are for that new garden and who is administering it. Who's behind the project? Is it Eagle Wind residents? Is it a particular group, or does anybody have that information?
This is the movement of the community gardens from here on 2nd Avenue to a new location because this lot has been sold. So Squamish Can has secured Eagle Wind Park as a new location to replace these. So they're open to anybody in the community. They will be administered by Squamish Can on an ongoing basis in the way that they run their other gardens.
Thank you. Then I've seen the lease being referred to. I wasn't sure that this is the particular location for the lease. On the pickleball, a couple of considerations occur to me. It's a new sport to me, and I've been exposed to it at the seniors gathering just this weekend, but also in looking at online discussions from Powell River as well as here. It seems clear that it's going to be a sport that's going to grow among all ages. But I'm also concerned that we look after all ages in our repertoire of investments and projects here. Above the line are investments at Brennan Park for baseball. But I think we should also consider seniors, and it seems that pickleball, or at least at the current time, the enthusiasm for pickleball is among seniors. With respect to the investments, the $50,000 and the standards that we might look to, I'm advised that we should be considering this court as a home for future tournaments where people from out of town may come and play the sport as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Buxton, was that a permanent conversion to pickleball for these courts, or would they still be tennis courts?
I have a suspicion that this is a pickleball only facility.
So we would be losing tennis courts?
That is my understanding, yes, and that the other one is a shared, the one at Brennan Park is a shared facility. Again, I will, just
Thank
about
you.
to get some...
Yeah, I just knew you were
Yep.
in communication, so. Councillor Stoner.
Looking at line items 34, 35 in particular, so public EV charging station infrastructure on line 34. I'm just curious because the total project cost is $100,000, but we've only, in the subsequent columns, only allocate $50,000. So I just want to double check our numbers there. And then I'm also curious for both those line items, what our prospects are for grants and why the majority of it is coming out of either taxation or, well, taxation.
It's just taxation.
Yeah.
The cost is 50.
The cost is 50, so not the 100,000 that's in the.
Yes.
Okay.
The intent, we would apply for grants, but if we get grants, I guess we have an option at that point to do more or fund less from taxation. That would be council's choice. I suspect if we could, we would try and do more. But having said that, if we spend 50 and get a grant for 50, the budget only says 50, then we can only spend 50.
Okay, so there should be another $50,000 under grant and other.
We could certainly do that to increase our potential for work next year.
But they also said the total cost is actually just 50,000. So that 100,000.
Okay, so it should just be 50, right, Mr. Buxton?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes. At this point, yes.
Okay, Council Race, then Hereford, then Pengill.
Thank you. So just to be clear first, these items below the line are not included in the 2.7% we go back to on the first page.
That is correct.
Let it be in addition to that.
Yes.
So a couple of comments. 45 and 46, the two library improvements. I agree with Councillor Herford. I support those. I think those are, for me at least, simple decisions. The pickleball conversion, I've also spoken to some of the proponents, and I'm not an expert in it. I don't play the game, but I can remember from previous presentations, take one tennis court and you divide it into two, I think it's two pickleball courts, or it creates two pickleball courts, and so there's twice as many nets and so forth, and so there's more to it than just putting some lines on the pavement. But I agree with Councillor Anderson. This is, when I looked at this, even though I don't play it, this is one of those sports that appeals to very much the seniors population, although if you told a pickleballer that, they'd take great offense to that. But I think in the reality, we put a lot of money into recreation generally, and this is one that seems to have a widespread appeal to that group, and so for that reason I would support it. The other is the water line, and I am in support of number 42, but we just had a discussion around grants, and one of them is number 3 on the board there for a water line to another municipal park, and I'm wondering if that's a more appropriate place for that particular expense rather than try and take it out of the grant and aid budget. So I'm kind of putting that on the table for council. The original ask, or the total ask, if I recall, the grant and aid application is about $12,000. And I would suggest we consider it along with these ones. It's a similar thing. It becomes a community asset, and it's a water connection to what will be ultimately a community asset. But that this might be the more appropriate place to fund that as opposed to the grants and aid, and take it off that list and put it into this list. And I would be supportive of both of them.
Councillor Herford.
I had a question around the item 51, which was the Skyline Place drainage repair. And I was looking through sort of the future pieces of this, and they all make sense, whether it's ongoing projects or a vehicle that's going to come to replacement or something that's at end of life. And this one just felt like potentially it was more urgent than not, and I wondered how it ended up on what the rationale was between doing it now and leaving it for a future project, given that there's causing nuisance, flooding, and issues related to ice, let's see, driveways in winter, and so on.
Through the chairs, largely most of the capital projects that we see are emergent or urgent or necessary to do. Unfortunately, something has to go. This will be the second or third time we've delayed that. It's a nuisance, but not critical. I mean, we will have to get to it at some point, but at this point, we can continue to defer it.
Do you have a follow-up?
And maybe more for council. I'm just going to come back through here for that. For this one, we've made some. Yeah. So for the same price tag as the pickleball court, which they're using a modified court at this point, we can look after some drainage and some people's property. A project that we've bumped a few times. So I'd rather see that one be pulled forward, and have pickleball to sort of be on the radar. It just doesn't feel like part of our core sort of responsibility, where this one does.
Thank you.
So if we're moving an extra $50,000, I feel like that would be a good place to do it. Item 51, Skyline Place created. And you're set.
Doesn't impact our budget this year, though.
Well, 2020. Well, the argument would be to move it forward if we're going to that $50,000.
Oh, over pickleball is what you're
Over
saying.
pickleball.
Yeah.
This is not for pickleball to be on the list, but this feels like more of our core responsibility to.
Okay. Councillor Pettengill, and then I'm putting myself on the list.
So just a quick response to Councillor Herford. I mean, my understanding is Vancouver and other cities are starting to move towards, if I understand it right, a scenario where property owners are responsible for managing all the water, and so we're shifting the onus onto properties to figure out how to design that way. Now, given history and all that, that may not be a good equitable solution. But just
That's how we do it here now.
Oh, okay. So
You have to manage your own water on your site. We won't allow it to go onto someone else's site. So this is a pre-existing problem.
Well, this is our site.
And it's our site.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think just the thing that they're doing in Vancouver now is the rain that hits the roads and so on, that goes onto the opposite of properties, and sort of like you're responsible for the snow in front of your house. And just the item I wanted to check on the EV charging infrastructure. What infrastructure exactly are we talking about? Because my understanding is there's a number of, or some private operators that if they just have hydro and the ability to use a bit of sidewalk, they'll do a lot of the infrastructure themselves. I mean, they'll charge for use and make revenue that way, but we just need, I think, to provide the hardware and a bit of real estate. So I'm just checking if that's what we mean by infrastructure. And then also for the $50,000, like, is that one charger? Is that 20 chargers?
It's likely two, four if we get $50,000 grant to parallel that. And then the intent is to use municipal sidewalks, municipal land, municipal road right of way, and where the LED has given us enough sort of bonus to allow that to connect into that system.
And so is the thought that we would purchase our own chargers and generally recoup the fees through revenue from charging, or we would look to a third party to put the charger piece in and they would manage that?
It's budgeted to allow either of those options to occur.
Okay, so this doesn't include the actual charger, this is sort of
the 50
support.
would.
Oh.
If everything is okay, you can generally get two chargers for around 50. If you've got to go back and chase power, a block or so, put a transformer in, it's barely one. But it gives us an opportunity to actually contract with someone to do the installation as best they can on our behalf, or potentially contract with someone to drop in on our land and provide the service on our behalf. Perhaps even if in that situation with the grant, perhaps even 4 charges. It's really just a placeholder to get us out into market, work with someone through an RFP, and then get charging installation installed on municipal property.
I guess just if I can, if we want to maximize as soon as possible the number of chargers out in the wild, it would seem to me that we would only invest in the actual sort of hydro in the ground and the outlets or whatever's needed, and then leave it to the market to deal with the charger piece, and then theoretically we get far more chargers. So I just want to understand our rationale for sort of doing the end-to-end ourselves and getting in the short term fewer chargers.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think this money is set aside to bring someone in to help us write an RFP, and we could decide at that point which direction we want to take.
Yes, I would craft the RFP to be rather open with respect to, do you want to come in and build it for us and have us own operate, or do you want to come in and build, own and operate using our land? I don't have a solution, and I'm sort of aware of the issue that getting into fueling private vehicles is not an area of business that we're currently in. Do we want to get into that? Maybe, maybe not. But leaving enough money in the budget that if we choose to do that, we can. If we find somebody that can do that on our behalf through a partner agreement of some sort, then perhaps we don't spend the 50, or we get way more for our 50. It's relatively open at this point.
you. So we should break for lunch, so I'll just do my comments and then we'll come back to this after lunch. One, I think the pickleball folks have applied for a grant, and so if anything, we put money in the grant for next year, and not this year if they're successful in their grant. We don't have to put money in the budget. I'm not supportive of putting both library items in unless we pull something from the top out. I think the water line to the community gardens is important. And the light up the buildings piece is not essential to me. If we can't participate in those light up for the time being, then that's unfortunate, but there you go. I did want to ask, there's a line item for, where'd it go? 32,000. For the library garbage enclosure replacement. So the project cost is listed as 47,000, but then in 2020 it says 32,000. So is that just a typo, Mr. Russell? This is line 6.
It should be 32. It is.
So it is 32 across the
My
board.
apologies.
And staff feel like this is a higher priority than the public computer systems? So what we do with garbage at the library is deemed to be more important than public access computers.
This is deemed to be a municipal project, not a library project. And the reason is we need to enclose the garbage because not only is it being accessed by wildlife the way that it is right now, it's accessed by human people. And it's going to become more of an issue as, so it's a little bit of a hamster wheel here. The kids programming's on the other side of it. There's some activity that goes on because of the space where the garbage cans are. There's a lot of paraphernalia that's left there. If we enclose this, it'll reduce the activity. And then once the building is removed to the west, when they vacate and we're no longer using it, we'll have a nice enclosed facility, and it keeps, sometimes when the library staff go out to take the garbage out, or our own staff, they encounter people back there doing stuff, but it's deemed necessary for the same reason that we replaced the one at the Adventure Center this year. So, and it's, a fully enclosed, safe structure. So it's got a concrete pad. The cans go on it. It's built, to the specs that GFL needs to do their thing.
Okay, and the public works, new public works facility, that 600,000 is the design work this year, is it?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, let's recess for lunch. Council, how long do you need for lunch? You need more than 15 minutes? 20 minutes?
About an hour.
Not in an hour. 20 minutes already?
Sure.
Okay, we'll come back at 35 past.
See if we got quorum in 20 minutes.
Okay, we're back in our special business meeting. We're still working on the general fund. I don't know where we're at.
Okay.
You want to summarize for us?
I do know where you're at.
Okay.
We presented a list of projects, and council has asked many questions. There's been some general discussion around items above and below, and to summarize quickly, we've noted a few typos which will be corrected, obviously, before we get to the final version. There is a project in here related to interim space municipal hall, which is certainly too large at the current value, I think that's listed here, of 610,000. that will be reduced accordingly by administration. There have been a number of questions around the various projects that are there for library and community requests, and council is still deliberating as to which they choose to include and what specific direction they are providing to administration for. And that is more or less where we stopped.
Okay. And we still need to cover special projects.
And we still need to cover special projects. But I believe that we do have a bit of time left on the show.
We do. We have till 2:30, but boy, we can fill that.
Okay.
Okay. So council, we get another opportunity to come back to this. So the other thing we can do is not spend too much more time on capital projects, move on to special projects, and then come back around for some final decisions on things. Or people, if they feel it's important, we can talk more about above and below the line. What I'm a little bit cautious about is that we could spend a lot of time here and then go on to special projects and see other things there that you might want to put above the line, and it's additive. So I don't want to spend too much time here before we take a good close look at special projects as well. So, Councilor Kenny.
Yeah, so two things. One, I just wondering if I can get a sense of pickleball and then the Hendrickson Field stuff that's in the budget. Are those things all assumed to be year-round, or is this fair weather only fields in dollars for these things? Do you have a sense of that?
The pickleball obviously is weather dependent, but then the other Hendrickson, is that the electrical kiosk or is that other?
There's the kiosk, there's baseball backstop replacements, there's I'm not sure if the bleachers are Hendrickson or not. There's bleachers as well.
I mean, so through the chair, the electrical kiosk is largely for summer events and special events. Any of the other ones, the bleachers and backstop replacement are, I mean, baseball backstop is largely seasonal. The aluminum bleachers is less seasonal. Obviously, those get a greater range of use, but I mean, in large part being outdoor recreation, they're all mostly seasonal in some form or another.
Thank you. The other question, and it's just a thought I had as we're having our discussion today, I was wondering if, what the cost might be to secure the garbage strictly from animals, and if the savings would then be enough to fully fund Helping Hounds outreach, and look to, rather than moving issues along, sort of provide funding to deal for
Two different pots of money.
Absolutely, but I'm. At the end of the day, it's somehow eventually coming from a taxpayer. And so, if we could save here on the garbage, I might be more inclined to take a second look at the outreach funding, and it might be a better way to solve some of the challenges. It's just a thought I had. But I don't know if it's sort of the same cost to deal with just graders.
Ultimately, it's up to council what you want to go forward with, but recognizing this, it's not just about animals, it's a health and safety issue for staff. So it's not really about the Helping Hands people as much as our library staff and our janitors. So it's kind of, in your court to approve one project over the other.
One of the things that I wonder if we could do is take $100,000 from the annual paving budget to fund the library upgrade. So it's 1,200 this year, we can do 1,100 and then bump it up. Or 1,200, 1.2 million. And that allows us to complete those projects for 90,000. Sorry.
Thank you. I was going to make the comment because it came up in another item. I think Councillor Herbert raised it, but to me it's not necessarily either or. We do have the ability to do both. And we obviously want to be fiscally responsible and prudent, but you know, in the previous discussion this morning, we were talking about trying to really lock inside a number. And if we added something here, we want to take away something there to try to stay within that number. But this is, at least for me, is not quite the same. Staff have come to us with a draft budget at showing a net 2.7% rise in revenue. From my history in this council, that's almost a historic low. And I commend staff for doing that because it's a lot easier to add things in rather than take things out. But I think it does give us a little bit more flexibility, and I understand that there's still some other things to come. But you know, I think we can look at some of these things and just decide whether we think it's a good use of money to start with. And then the second decision that comes along with that is the source of funding and whether or not it all comes from taxation. So we haven't really explored that discussion yet. I'm not going to say those words. But I think for me, it's not so much an either or. I just don't look at it that way. I like the library project, period, end of statement. I'd be able to support both of those, even if nothing else changed.
Okay, so unless people have specific questions about other line items in the capital budget, I'd like to propose that we move on to the special projects and come back around. All ready for that one? Okay. Do you have a...
Wonderful, thank you.
How about an opening statement on special projects?
Sure. Okay. You please feel free to jump in when you see the correct moment. Okay, so an opening statement on special projects. I hate to lead off my opening statement on special projects like this, but I will. Okay? When you look at your listing that you received from administration, there was a concern was raised by senior management that we had inadvertently misplaced an item. Okay? So what I'm going to say, so I'm going to address what that specific item is in just a moment. On an overall basis, we have approximately $2.4 million worth of special projects. The nature of special projects is that these are considered to be one-off type projects that operations brings to us to add to the budget on an annual basis to fund specific items that are over and above their day-to-day business. Now, that sounds really great, but there's a bit of fuzziness around the edges of that statement, let's say. Some of these things that are included in the special projects are in fact part of some of our departments' normal business. But what's occurred is that in specific years, there are additional items that they want to attempt to accomplish, and therefore they have included, added items. Okay, so it kind of goes back and forth. Who gets a little more this year and a little less next year? One of the other reasons, or one of the other things that you'll see in here, is there are a number of facility maintenance projects that are on this listing. I would not suggest that these facility maintenance projects are in fact, are not part of our normal business. They are. But they are presented as part of the special projects listing to allow departments a bit more opportunity to mix and match what specific maintenance or what specific buildings get additional maintenance at a given time. So rather than setting a budget of X number of dollars and then having limited transparency, I guess would be a better way to put it, as to what specifically is getting done, departments bring forward its list of priorities and identifying specific items that they think are of a higher level nature and that they wish to accomplish in any given year. The same also applies in many instances for both engineering and planning, public works, in that, you know, one shouldn't look at this and say, well, we could save a whole batch of money by not doing any of it, because I think in fairness, a good chunk of these projects need to go forward year after year, regardless. That being said, the other nice part about all this is that of the $2.4 million, you know, the amount that is being directly supported by taxation is somewhere between a quarter and a third, you know, at $650,000. It's not a insignificant amount, but it's not, certainly not half of the total cost that we're including in our budget. So that speaks to managers' diligence to find other sources, and often those other sources are grants, and you know, so making use of grants, and so that also, excuse me, impacts the timing of some of these projects and when they're brought forward. Okay. So within that, within the context, I would like to add the commentary that item number 62 on the second page, which has a salmon colored highlight that says Estuary Environmental Coordination Plan put forward by engineering with a total cost of $80,000, has not been appropriately financed by finance. Okay, that being me, kind of slipped up on something and I missed a line. There were some other funding sources associated with that, and so that there's $60,000 of other funding. So the true tax hit there is $20,000. And administration is recommending that this be considered a priority project and be elevated above the line. So I just wanted to put that note in there, right at the start. The other piece that I would like to note is that there are a number of, we've attempted to highlight those specific projects that identify or can be identified with some of our more pressing concerns. So you'll note that there are a number of projects in a salmon highlight, and then there are a number of projects in a pale yellow highlight that relate to projects that are designed to deal with climate mitigation or climate adaptation. So we've put those highlights in to allow council a little additional clarity as to administration's attempts to address some of council's direct concerns. And with that, I will pause and turn it over to,
You covered it.
okay, Ms. Glenda, who tells me that I've covered it. So at this point, I'll turn it back to the chair and suggest that, again, as with the capital projects, we've identified on the listing the various groupings: strategic plan, master plan, municipal services, and within municipal services, we've created some groupings to allow people to have a slightly better understanding of the types of services that we're attempting to provide for our citizens. And at this stage, with no further ado, I'm going to comment that the order of the listing is by department. It is not a quote, priority listing as selected by administration. It is the priority listing as selected by administration is effectively those items recommended, and then those items for additional consideration. That would be the first cut at selecting priority from the perspective of administration. That being said, I will turn it back to the chair and let you address questions to the administrative group.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Okay, questions? Mr. Councillor French.
Item number 53, the banner replacement. The amount there is $36,000. The Public Art Committee made a commitment to contribute to this program. Does the public art contribution, is that factored in here?
Yes, it does. You will note that we are not showing this as being funded by taxes. We are in fact showing this as being funded by other, and that other source is in fact public art commitment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Number 7 and number 8 are both information technology, sort of is the grouping. And I just wonder how, seems we're underway with the TTP, how these didn't fall into that umbrella of just general technology ongoing upgrades.
So if I might, SharePoint integration started before TTP, so it started about 2 years prior to us beginning the TTP. Like it was a major transition for our electronic files records management. So it started about 2013-14, and we're now at a point where we need to upgrade, and that's what this is it's upgrading our system because our file share system has grown significantly, and it needs a better version essentially because we're running 2 versions behind now. So this is to upgrade and make sure that we don't outgrow size. I'm not.
No. Yeah, I understand.
So it's outside of TTP and is part of, this is not a new system. We have to, once our systems are maintained or implemented, we need to maintain them.
So that's the
Yep.
threshold is
Right.
implementing new systems versus sort of ongoing upkeep of existing systems. That's great. Okay. Thank you.
Foundational background. And it's the same, the data project, open data. There's 2 that were suggested. One was economic development, which is completely different, and it has to do with that website portal
Yes.
that we introduced last year, and the other one is for our GIS system. It's open data and improving what we're offering.
My question is about sort of what gets rolled in as
Yeah.
TTP and what is other. So
These are departmental, IT departmental
Okay.
projects.
Thank you.
One of the questions I had was around the municipal hall HVAC replacements. And the reason I'm asking, it says we want the budget there in case one of them fails. I know we're not trying to invest in municipal hall, but does that need to come from taxation, or could we take it from accumulated surplus because it's a maybe when, because we're not going to spend it if they don't break this year. But I understand we want the money there in case they break. So, but I'm not sure I want to tax for a rainy day.
So, unfortunately, the one over engineering is now going kaput, and it's more than likely that it'll be replaced in the spring because we've been told by our contractor that there's no more Band-Aids. What we are doing is buying units that can be moved to other facilities. So once a plan is in place for municipal hall, whether or not we construct a municipal hall or lease space, we will reuse the equipment. It's not a disposable piece of equipment. It is something that we will, whether it's move it to the Forestry Center building or the rec center, it'll be repurposed.
Okay.
Just with that eye towards longer term, just so I can have a sense, with things like an HVAC, are we thinking exclusively electric HVACs, or might we still be gas-powered HVACs?
I don't have that answer, but I know that Ms. Say is looking at all of our replacement with an eye to council's strategic plan, and we will definitely have that conversation to ensure when it goes out for tender or RFP.
One of the projects, there's two projects that I'm curious about that are connected to our strategic plan. One is the governance structure for affordable housing, which I know, Mr. Buxton, you're working on and you're preparing an RFP, but do we need any money in the budget for 2020? Because I'm not sure that I saw it here, although I could have missed that. And the other one is we were going to get people to collect data about how they're using our public spaces, and I noticed there's a project below the line to write the standards for that, but do we need any money in the budget to just get that project done?
Chair, on the first question with respect to affordable housing, in the CAO's budget there has been a line item for housing support for the last couple of years, and we're simply continuing that. It's somewhere in the $80,000 to $90,000 range.
There's, just to add to Mr. Buxton's comment, there was a question that was asked last week about the nature of the budget. So there was a significant jump in the health and social housing budget year over year. That is actually to reflect, we've taken that $75,000 identified for contracting, and that we moved that from the CAO budget to the social housing budget, because we think that that's a more appropriate place for it.
Okay.
So yes, there are funds available for that in the base budget.
Okay.
And then the second question was around...
We were going to ask our citizens to gather data around how they use our public spaces and what would make them use them more.
Closing out the last question, the RFP is coming back to you in January. We're meeting tomorrow on that matter. In terms of the survey work and getting people's feedback on public spaces, that work is sort of 2/3 done. It's been stalled by some of the difficulties we've had in IT. That will restart. The GIS, or down in the GIS department, has sourced a question intern that's going to help with that. We have a meeting on Monday on that issue, so that will continue internally inside the organisation.
So that's being handled by our
Correct.
operating. Okay. Councilor Pengo?
I see the Arts Council Partnership Agreement, $90,000 total cost, $45,000 from tax. I'm just curious where the other half is coming from.
It's all funded from tax. The $90,000 reflects the fact that we've spent $45,000 already, and it's a multi-year project.
Councilor Stoner?
Line item number 26 is school travel planning. I'm surprised that doesn't fall under active transportation. So I'm curious why that's singled out as a special project.
Through the chair, first of all, the active transportation budget is a capital budget. So when we have special operating projects related to that, then it's called out separately because it's handled differently. And this particular line item is priority of councils. We've called it out separately, so lumping it into a larger fund.
So there's staff time in this, or consulting time, or what's?
It's consulting time. Staff time is just in our general operating.
Yeah. That help? Councillor Peggo?
So just following up on Councillor Herford's question on the TTP and what's in, what's out, I take the point that we started with SharePoint a while ago, but my understanding of the TTP was sort of integrating our systems and kind of figuring out how to pull it all together. So I'm not totally sure why that one is outside. And then also the building permit file digitization. I guess I've been thinking that our financial systems, we're migrating data, maybe some of it physical, or maybe it's only the electronic we're migrating as part of TTP, and we may expect to see in a future year a similar project like a digitizing paper financial records, or like is sort of digitizing hard copy something we can expect in general from all our departments? Or
That, if I might, that's a really good question. And there's a lot of different components to it that have to do with various pieces of legislation. And what happens if you ever need to go to court and you need to replicate something. So there's certain records that we're allowed to bring printed out, digitized copies, and there's others where we have to produce the original. So that's one layer of it. And the same with when we, because we have retention schedules, sometimes records are really, are accessed a lot, and it's easier for them to maintain it in a binder on the corner of their office or whatever than digitize. And I know that sounds archaic to someone who works in that world, but that's just the way that it is. Building plans take up huge amounts of space, physical space, and those are one of the things that we're allowed to reproduce electronic copies if we ever go to court or if we have freedom of information requests. So financial records, I think there's a lot more rules around reproduction and whether we would digitize some of that stuff. Going back to what you said about SharePoint, I think that's a piece of software versus a fully entire foundational system or platform, which is what happened with our finance system. We are replacing the entire everything around it, and the same with the development management, whereas SharePoint is akin to Word or Excel, and it's time now to update it, and we have some customization within that. So it is a little bit of a just a little platform.
Cindy?
If I might follow on that as well in terms of the TTP. So currently the TTP, its specific scope and goals and deliverables for installing this system is a capital project. As we move forward in future years, maintaining that system and upgrading it will become operational costs, whether it's a specific upgrade or what we need to do to deal with continuing to evergreen that system. And these other projects with IT are specific departmental, and they're not in that specific TTP capital scope right now.
Is that clear yet?
Well,
not quite.
I just
keep going.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, because I've done some work with SharePoint, but I would consider it an infrastructure piece in terms of it's your file access, file sharing for a lot of people, your internal, your intranet, and to some degree communications. We may not be using all those pieces, but I guess I had sort of thought about, it's sort of the file management piece of our infrastructure. Then there's one or two accounting packages, and maybe a piece of our GIS, and as TTP, we're kind of tying all those things together and doing some integration, and it's kind of all one sort of thing, and it seems like we're breaking one piece out, but not the other pieces, and I'm not sure that's necessarily a problem. I'm just sort of trying to wrap my head around why this one is different.
Mayor Elliott, a couple things that make it different, sorry, and I'm only laughing because I'm not a technical expert and I'm trying to explain this on your behalf, is, again, it's the capital implementation of a new system. SharePoint is already implemented. It's a different individual that's responsible for this project. It's an operational upgrade, and so it's categorized differently in terms of the funding and where it sits in the budget. If we were to put it into TTP, it would hit taxation as well and create confusion administratively in terms of who's responsible and how it gets done.
So I can accept that and understand that. I guess, am I correct though, just so I understand TTP, in thinking that there is someone as part of the TTP project working on integrating our SharePoint resources with the accounting resources and sort of tying all the pieces together as part of the TTP, or SharePoint is really a standalone system. You can't access the financials through the SharePoint or vice versa.
Correct, Mayor Elliott. SharePoint is a standalone system. It's primarily, at this point, document management for the organization.
And if I might go back to the open data question that you had, sorry, that's a policy piece. So it actually is an action plan and a policy for open data.
The line 52, the recreation facility development, is that just a one-year term? It's being taken out of accumulated surplus, but that is a staff position.
I'm sorry, which number?
52.
52.
I mean, I could answer that.
Sure.
We currently have a staff member who's been seconded to work on the recreation master plan.
Mm-hmm.
This is the continuation of that secondment. That's effectively what this is. And that
So we'll just
originally
draw
this was-
that, we'll draw that from accumulated surplus going forward. It's not gonna get annualized somewhere.
No, it is not. And this is effectively, this is a continuation of an existing project.
Mayor Elliott, this is Mr. Halston being seconded.
I recognize
Okay,
that.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that there's not a hidden service level change in this over time,
There is not.
so. Yep, go, Councillor.
Thank you. I lost it. Oh, number 59, building demolition, which is shown as $310,000 in the coming year, and then 55 and 80. Is there a reason that's so front-end loaded? And when I look at the explanation, that's the Arts Council building, or not the Arts Council, but the existing youth center and the archive building, which I'm not familiar with, and then the youth center building, the new one, the replacement, won't be ready for maybe 2 years. Is this the time to demolish it?
You'll note that this is one that we've put down there for sorry, let me get those words going. Further consideration. The reason that we're viewing this as further consideration is that when it was brought forward, we were unsure of the timing of the youth center's ability to move into the other building. And when it was confirmed that the center where the youth center was going to go would not be available, we left this in here because we acknowledge the fact that we need to budget for demolition of surplus facilities. But we believe that this is below the line because we're not going to do it in 2020. We would move the project timing around so that it is more, so that fits better with the opening of the youth center. And at the time of the submission, they basically were both submitted because we weren't sure of the timing of the opening of the other project. And with the additional information that we were able to glean, we recognize that this project did not need to go forward in its current format at this time.
So, and I look at, below that, the projects listed for the future. and they're almost the same number, $670,000. And it seemed to me that you just move it over 1 year, it's going to throw that column out of whack as well. And I'm wondering, I mean, I understand the need for doing this at some point, but I'm wondering if we maybe spread it out a little easier. It would be easier to consider that for this year. I know it's below the line now. If it was what has to be done this year, to start chipping away at this project rather than have the whole thing land in our lap in 1 year, 2 years from now, something like that. And so I guess leave it to staff to think about that. Is there a number that's more appropriate for this year that really should be done? And you don't have to answer right now. Just to start working on this project that we know we're going to be facing.
Yeah. Thank you for providing us with time to respond. Yes, certainly we will. And that is part of the intent of moving the position down to allow administration to consider it further and rejig the timing of the projects more specifically. The other element is as you said, it appears to be very heavily front-end loaded. So, you know, I think we need to look at what buildings are going to be demolished, what is the time, what is the appropriate time frame. Clearly the youth center is one of the larger demolition projects that we will be undertaking it. In whichever year that occurs, there'll be a blip.
Councillor Stoner?
Clarification on line item number 49, community and land use planning, just confirming that's just a contract support position for larger projects as they come through. Thank you. And then line item number 50, annual economic data collection. I'm curious why this is also as kind of a special project, given that it's a set request year over year.
Chair, it's a multi-year project in collaboration with Chamber of Commerce and I'm not sure if it's the rural dividend, but it's it's a project that's already been committed to and started, and it's multi-year, but it won't be annualized. So that's how we're showing it in the next few years, but not going on after that.
Yep.
My other question is line 42 on the short-term rental legal review and compliance action, and I think we had a similar discussion last week in terms of kind of putting the cart before the horse on this one.
Through the chair, I went back and spoke to staff about this, and essentially this is a placeholder. The bylaw for consideration is coming forward to council in January. The last committee of the whole where council discussed the bylaw, the recommendations of council, the preferences for bylaw composition, all included some level of enforcement. So in terms of the service level change with the bylaw position and then the legal review of the bylaw, staff felt confident that we may very likely need that money, but certainly if the bylaw changes that, then it would come.
Can we just go back to the community and land use planning policy development support? That has no description in our documents, and it sounds like a staff person. But why? Like, what is it helping us to do?
Well, that is allowing us to sort of proceed with the policy portfolio that the council has given us with respect to zoning bylaw, STRs, all of the other policy reviews that we have ongoing in the community planning department. There's a contract position in the department. It's the continuation of that contract position to allow us to continue the work. It's not a new position.
How are we funding it?
Is it being provisioned?
It's under other.
And currently that's being funded through permanent revenue.
Provision from permanent revenue coming into that department. And that's been like that since 2015 or 2016. That's how that position has been funded for the last 3 years.
So Mayor Elliott, originally, essentially it was the start of this strategy with this contract was to backfill internal staff for the OCP rewrite. And now we've been engaged into the zoning bylaw rewrite. So MacDonald is doing that, and backfill for a planner is this position on a contract level so that it doesn't become annualized once those major projects are finished. So we'll reevaluate once the zoning bylaw is rewritten and ensure that we're not just annualizing people. That's not the intent. The intent is to do it in concert with the projects, and then the contract will end assuming this projects end.
And I think maybe we covered this last year and I keep forgetting, but why is storm sewer inventory collection and condition assessment and flushing not in the utilities budget? And why does it appear in special projects? Because we do it every year.
We don't have a utility for storm sewer. Storm is under general.
Oh, it's storm sewer.
Yeah, storm. We should just call it storm. When we say storm sewer, it gets confusing. Especially because some cities actually have them combined and we don't, or they're separate.
Should we have a separate one?
Should they be separate?
Should we have a utility for storm?
We are considering that option. It's possible. It's very possible. It's possible. It takes some work, but it's possible, and we may get to that point. We really do need to inventory and assess, get a condition assessment. It's the one asset that we have a significant gap on our understanding of what we even have. So that's part of what this work is.
Okay. Councillor French.
On that one, would a name change be appropriate and take out the word sewer? Stormwater collection? Stormwater management?
We can certainly do that.
Just thought.
Councillor Anderson, you've been very quiet. I feel like you must have questions.
I'll just start with noting that I've been informed that number 18, boundary restructuring has been or will be removed from our chart here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm awaiting information on number 43. That's the Marine Action Strategy Administration. Presumably we'll have another session where we'll wrap this up, or before we wrap it up, or?
I think so.
Good.
Maybe we can speak to this.
That is intended. That's the $15,000 per annum for the next 3 years.
Yep.
Yes. That's really intended to give staff some ability and some administrative support to reform and re-establish what was previously the Estuary Management Committee, and reform and establish that under a different format. We've done the gap analysis. We have shared some of that information with some of the stakeholders. The next thing is to form an entity of some form that picks up that responsibility for matters relating to the estuary. So that's what that 15,000 is intended to do.
Then if we turn to number 62, I suggest that there's then a lot of overlap between those two, and I know that a number of stakeholders would appreciate some clarity as to where we're going, and presumably when the gap analysis or the next phase of coming before council or speaking to stakeholders, that this will be an exchange on this. So there are OCP policies also that are impacted, as well as the estuary plan itself, which is not a district plan. So those two, number 43 and number 62, there are a lot of overlap, and so I would be very keen to see us discuss that at some point in the near future.
Well, there is, sorry through the chair, there is some overlap. The 62 is really our portion of the, what are the Watershed Society calling their plan?
CERP, Central Estuary
Restoration. So
Project.
really 62 is our portion of the work involved in the restoration plan. So it is very much sort of ecologically driven with respect to that particular project. The other one is for support to set up the entity agency that replaces and allows a forum for other issues, estuary, marine related, to be discussed. So it is quite different from 62, quite separate.
However, number 62 under the project justification benefits spells out a proposed marine project referral body, which is what the SEMC and the former CERC were or are. So I also see the use of the term estuary. The Manicomb Channel is part of our estuary by any definition. So we'll revisit this as these matters unfold. But I do know that there are stakeholders that are apprehensive about what's unfolding here.
We understand that.
Yes.
That's why we would like both projects to be resourced so that we can address those concerns.
That I support. So in our chart here, number 62 isn't above the line, is it? But it's your suggestion that that's where it should be.
That is correct.
Very good. I'll proceed then to just on the number 72. I've been given an answer from staff regarding my query on the airport strategy. This is a next year's project, but I'll just make the statement that we all know that the airport strategy is very important for a number of stakeholders, not only aviation related. There's a lot of high wage jobs at stake here, important to us, and investments that may potentially be made there that are in the nature of infrastructure. We've lost jobs to airports in the north, so I would hope that there's some good reasons for delaying this other than resourcing, because if it's only resourcing, maybe we should discuss that. This really must be considered a high priority project. There may be a basket of reasons why we're delaying it, but it's not great that we're delaying this yet again.
Arthurs?
Part of it's delayed from the Chief FN mitigation strategy that's coming forward. So we can't do the airport plan until we know what's happening with that berm and the debris flow and mitigation for it.
I can appreciate that.
It's a cart and a horse, really.
Sure.
We don't want to develop that policy in that plan. Yeah.
We also should be aware of that there is the Squamish wood waste operation is within that airport land under a certain agreement, but it is within that precinct. I'd like to move on to the logbooks item on number 73, and it's a below the line item for next year. There is one piece of the logbooks is in fact in a person's basement right now, and there's been some conversation with Mr. Bob Smith about what to do about that. And Bob Smith's advice from our Public Works Department is that really the logbooks need to be considered as public art. He would rather not have staff mess around with pieces of public art unless without some support, policy support and of that nature. So I'm just wondering whether it's not a logbooks item but a public art maintenance item. That may be how this might be considered in future, and who knows, maybe this is an item that should be raised with the Arts, Culture and Heritage Strategy, how we intend to maintain pieces of public art that are to be maintained by the district.
Councillor French, did you want to respond through the chair?
Yeah, please. And on the point of public art maintenance, the Public Art Committee has a specific maintenance budget that I will point out does not really properly get used, or at least in my one-year experience. And I understand historically that budgeted money does not get used for maintenance, partly because of the issue that Councillor Anderson has brought up, is that projects like, or public art like the logbooks are not appropriately budgeted. So your point is well taken, and there could potentially be maintenance money available from Public Art Committee.
Thank you. Got any more?
Yeah, just a couple, or maybe it's just one here. Councillor Race has already raised the issue of the archives building. I wasn't familiar with that facility, but perhaps we are discussing archives in connection with the Arts, Cultural and Heritage Strategy, or potentially, but certainly within the real estate facility strategy. I just wonder when we use the label archives. Other communities do have an integrated facility, but please.
So this has nothing to do with that. It's
Okay.
zero. It is our finance paperwork archive, and it's a separate building from ours. It's end of life. The floor is falling off just like a bunch of, and it has to go. And finance will be coming up with another archive strategy requirement, space requirement, and it's to tear that down.
One of the reasons I'm raising this is that I've had recently a tour of the North Vancouver Archives facility, which is run by the district and the city and a nonprofit society, and I'm not sure whether they deal with the city and the district's financial records. Perhaps they don't.
This is our own internal records.
Right.
Paperwork. It's just our paperwork.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Councillor Pantgo.
Yeah, a couple of things. The Innovation Studio, number 64, total budget's $180,000, 90,000 from grants. I assume those are what we hope to get, not what we have received. And then there's 65,000 from other. Just wondering what the other funding is. Is that our potential partners?
So remember the 90,000 was our rural dividend ask, which was canceled for the interior communities. All that money was redirected.
Okay.
And
So
they said they would still hold applications for future consideration, but there would be no money this year.
so we're assuming that's effectively $0 in grant.
So I think that's why it's come below the line. Staff could correct me, but in canceling that revenue stream. But I don't know about the 65 part. I think that was from other partners. Do you remember, Staff? I think Kate had some commitments from the other educational institutions. Ms. Glenda?
Mayor, I have to confirm the detail, but yes, it's because it was in partnership with other institutions. So this is incorrect. The grants of 90 are, as we know, on this time.
So, I mean, you could look at it that we could put it above the line and tax for the 25,000 in case they decide to reinstate the rural dividend fund in 2020.
I'm not ready to move that yet. I just want to understand.
Yeah, thank you. The one that is below the line, we had a lot of problems this year with bins and wildlife. Big barrier, and I know that one's below the line. Why does staff feel like that's not a priority?
Through the chair, there are many priorities that didn't make our threshold in order to keep the tax ask palatable. So absolutely no disrespect to this initiative.
Councilor Stoner?
On that point, are there other avenues that we can capitalize on in terms of getting that information out? I think of sending things alongside with tax information, that we're already mailing things out. Just be worth considering if there's something we can add into that package.
Through the mayor, our communications department already works very closely with our Wild Safe coordinator to provide this information through our channels. This would be to up the ante on that beyond what we can provide internally.
Just, is Bear Smart a provincial program and they provide the materials and it's just down in municipalities to distribute them? Is that kind of
Ms. Arthur?
Bear Smart is a designation which we achieved that bar. Wild Safe is a provincial program that we have actually broken free from, and we've got permission to run our own wildlife education program in order to maintain our Bear Smart community designation.
Councilor Reese?
Well, I was going to suggest we start making decisions about some of these above or below the line things.
No.
No, keep talking. You are having fun.
I know.
So I'll suggest number 55, number 58, number 62, which is already staff's intent. You put above the line.
Did you move 58?
Yes, I did.
Ladies washroom expansion?
Why?
I was going to ask a question about that one.
It's unnecessary.
You don't need it?
No.
Oh, I thought I was saying this thing. Okay. Fine by me.
Just trying to get agenda.
So then it's 55 and 62. 62 is already, I think, intended to go to the line. And 55. I'll make that a motion.
Seeing a big jump on board there to second that.
I'm just wondering what 90 we're pulling out for.
Pardon?
What 90 we're pulling out. The 90.
What I was pulling out?
Well, we're moving 90 above the line.
No, we're moving the 20, it's only 20,000. Remember Mr. Russell corrected that at the beginning? So of that 80,000, only 20,000 would be required from taxation. The rest, there's other funding available. And 55, Councillor Stoner made a good point, is that we do mail things out and we could put whatever that reminder is in our tax notice rather than a separate mail drop.
Well, it hasn't been seconded, I won't speak to it.
Yeah. Is there someone who wants to second that? All right, sorry. Do we still need to have a motion to move 62 above the line? Okay. We'll move 62 above the line for $20,000, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
I have one, two.
Councillor Harper?
73, can we refer that to the Public Art Committee? That's appropriate action for that one?
Councillor French, is that appropriate if we refer that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's moved by Councillor Hertford, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And that was to refer that item to Public Art Committee. Okay. Can I just ask a question on the neighborhood hubs for disaster resiliency? That 20,000, does that secure one hub or multiple hubs? That's number 21.
What number?
21?
Apologies through the chair, Ms. Golbeck is at her young child's Christmas concert, so we
How dare she?
We had to excuse her.
His first one.
His first one. According to the description, it looks like it's multiple.
21. Well, it sounds like we need multiple, but $20,000 doesn't sound like a lot for multiple, so that's why I was curious. Or why it's sort of not strung out, because we have sort of 5 major neighborhoods, which would make that not a great amount of money per neighborhood. So I was just wondering if our intent is to actually see these through. I thought it would look like a multi-year program or that sort of thing. So that was one outstanding one that I had questions about.
I can certainly follow up on the detail rather than guess.
Yeah. Did I see your hand, Councillor Petgill?
Yeah, no, I read it differently. We're going to get clarification, so.
Councillor Stoner.
A few questions for projects that are below the line. So line item 61, the downtown street concept design. It says the next priority streets are 3rd Avenue and Main Street. And I wonder if this ties back, I'm thinking back to a project that I believe happened a few years ago where there was a proposal to actually change the flow of traffic through downtown and potentially turn Cleveland into a one-way. And this could be totally off.
This isn't that project.
This is not that project.
No, it's, sorry, through the chair, it's nothing as audacious as that. It's really to produce sidewalk and carriageway and parking plans for downtown streets. We have some concepts, but what we're dealing with is developers, so it's a bit ad hoc right now. So this is looking sort of a more comprehensive review for, I think it's 3rd Victoria, the cross streets Main, 3rd and Main.
Which are our major active transportation routes through the active transportation plan.
It's sort of trying to get to a concept ahead of the developers, appreciating that it got balanced against a number of other items.
To push on that, I'm just curious whether if it does tie back to this other concept of how traffic flows through downtown, especially if it's relating to the active transportation pieces.
No, that we've got a project that's spanning 2019 to 2020, which is the downtown entrance study. That sort of issue would reside better in that sort of study. This is very much it's not a traffic movement, it's really just sort of urban design, how wider sidewalks, how wider parking aisles, drive aisles, landscaping.
So in terms of sequencing, then does that downtown entrance study and the flow of traffic need to happen before we do the concepts around how we actually design those drive aisles?
These projects through the chair are, we're looking at 3rd and Main, which are unlikely to change even if we were to do something fancy with loggers in Cleveland or something like that. So it should remain independent.
Some of the things described for this item seem to me to be possibly BIA things, like especially some of the landscaping design type things. How do we, is there a plan
The
to work
BIA
to-
only covers a very small area of the downtown. It would not cover 3rd Avenue.
It's a commercial area.
It's a commercial area, and they're not in charge of urban planning. We are. They do programs to upgrade facades, but not the sort of public space and bike lanes. That's definitely our job.
I would agree with
I can see where you're going, Councillor Peggill. Be nice if we didn't have to pay for everything, but
or even just, wondering where the line is and where we, or how we work together, because there's going to be, we end off and they take over. It's one whole picture.
but they're just a very small part of the downtown because they have membership and it's designated by their bylaw who's in, who's out.
We should expand.
Well, that's a referendum, so they would have to choose that.
More taxation.
But to belabor this particular line item, we have had a lot of growth pressure downtown, and wouldn't it be beneficial to be able to set those standards now versus later? I mean, it's not like people are not going to continue to, we've got DPs coming quite regularly for downtown.
Yes. Our difficulty was
Thank you.
Something had to go below the line, and this was one that we felt could be delayed. Could it be done next year, and would it solve that issue? Yes.
I'm tempted to move this one up. Could it be done by our contract planner? Or would it be external?
This would, in all likelihood, be contracted services.
Councillor Reid?
Yeah, I'd be inclined to move it up too. I think, some part of the danger when you have a fast-moving economy like this is getting behind the 8 ball and reacting rather than proactive. And I think this is one of these things where we would rather be ahead of the curve, so I would support moving it up.
The other thing too is that we're updating the zoning bylaw, and there may be parking regulation changes in line with that may impact then how we use our streetscape. And so to me they're a little bit tied together as well for downtown. So I think the timing's right. So do you want to move that? I'll second it. To move this item above the line, 61, downtown street concept designs. Councillor Peggill?
Just how would this timing-wise, like to Councillor Stoner's questions, in terms of discussions about Cleveland closing in the summer or that kind of one-way streets to different places? Because I do agree we may want to think some of those things through first.
Those are part of,
Downtown entrance study.
And when will that be completed?
That work's underway to be completed with carry forward in 2020. Probably Q1, Q2.
so, and you could do this project since it's contracted in the second half of the year to allow for the zoning bylaw and that piece of work to finish and move from there.
Correct.
Any other questions on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor of moving it above the line? Opposed? That carries.
Sorry.
Okay. Is there anything that people want to take off? Given time, I would find something. Oh, I did have a question about the fourth item, which is the Human Resources Master Plan Capacity Review Continuation. And it says 2020, 50,000, total cost 50,000. Oh, I see. Okay, some's coming from accumulated surplus. Never mind. Okay, Council, is there anything else you want to deal with on this schedule? Council Pega?
Just more a general feedback or thought. Just with some of these, like the copper coil, 17,000 for floor repair, and the money is coming from, I'm not sure what Res Prov is, but for something like that, it's that particular item is a cost, but it's part of a sort of a larger project that's a net revenue source, I believe, for our municipality. And so looking through some of these, even though there's an immediate cost, there's a pretty direct overall sort of net benefit or a significant avoided future cost. And for certain ones, the line is clearer or more vague. So I understand it's not easy to lay it out, but if there's any way to, in future years, have a bit more context of, is this just a simple quality of life, a nice to have thing, or is there a more direct line to a cost savings or something? And part of the reason for that is when it's just straight expenses, it forces us to be, I think, very short-term focused. And we are having some discussion about the longer-term impacts, but just if we can be a bit more explicit about some of the longer-term benefits, I think might be useful. And a piece of that in the back of mind too is we've highlighted some of the climate things, which is in our strategic plan, so we can understand how we're acting on the strategic plan. But the one sort of hesitation I have in the back of my mind is dealing with some of the climate stuff may require some of us, or most of us, to make some change, which is a hard sell. And I think it's important for us to understand that these things are important for saving us money down the road, and just putting some of that context of why more explicitly we're doing some of these things, I think might be helpful. So just a general thought.
So the categories that are listed there are not helpful enough?
No, I think, well, like for the copper coil, for example, I see very clearly $17,000 cost, but it's not clear to me that as a net, that building is bringing us revenue, I believe. And so this is really part of just securing our overall revenue.
Does that make sense to staff? Yep, we can figure that out. Sure.
This, without having the lease in front of me, is probably a landlord obligation under the lease to maintain the premises in a usable condition.
Well, absolutely. I think there's also a net financial benefit to us to doing this.
Well, we do get rent for it,
Yeah.
and whether, it might take a little while to recover that, but besides the rent through the chair, sorry, it would be an obligation under the lease to maintain the building to a certain extent. So business case or not, we have a contractual obligation.
Whether you should be investing in a 100-year-old building is another thing altogether.
Great land.
Great land. Okay, any other comments, questions before we leave this behind? Okay, I think we're, did you have one more?
Well, I was wondering if we could go back to your proposal on the capital plan.
Oh, yeah, we can go back up to capital. I just want to check in with Mr. Russell. Are we free to go back up to capital, or is there anything else you wanted to cover?
Yes,
We
yes, we
rephrase
are.
that?
Could I just, for the sake of clarity, make sure that I'm just going to propose a real quick summarization of what was suggested,
Sure.
recommended here. My understanding, my notes say move 61 and 62 up. Refer 73 to public art.
Correct.
In keeping with 62 is that we are going to correct the funding for 62, and it'll be $20,000 worth of taxation.
That's our understanding.
That is everyone's understanding at this point.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, then I would say yes. Thank you
Councilor
very
Graves?
much for your deliberations. And
Well,
continue on.
one outstanding thing for me is number 59, building demolition. I would be interested in considering that, depending on what the number is for what we think really should be done or might be done this coming year, as opposed to the way it's laid out right now. What concerns me, future discussion, I guess, is that we have a big number there and we try and load too much of it into 1 year. So there might be advantages to chipping away at it and putting some in the budget this year. So I think that's a future, for me at least, that's a future discussion, depending on what number comes back. We'll just see where it goes.
Ms. Arthur?
I believe that Ms. Say is in the building, and what I can ask her to do is identify the top 2 that would be done this year. I suspect I know, but I don't want to misspeak.
I'm scaring anybody. If nothing else, it should move into a future projects line item so that we can see it over the 5 years.
Oh, absolutely. I think that was just the way it was recorded and not moved out.
Okay, so let's keep that in sort of our parking lot to get Councilor Ray's an answer. If there should be something in the budget this year, or it, because of building timelines, it should move out.
I suspect I know that the archive building will come back in because it is really not a safe facility right now.
Okay.
It won't be that much money.
You know you can put your hand out. I can see it.
That's how you determine, look at your
Well, just to follow on Councilor Race's point, is this a case where it makes sense, even if we're not doing some of the work, to have a mini reserve or something that's effectively the same as a reserve, if less formal, so that it isn't that big hit in 2 years all of a sudden for the full amount? Like, we don't necessarily have to do the work this year.
Well, I think the issue always for me, Councilor Pettengill, is that we don't want to tax for something we're not going to do this year, and that's all coming from taxation. So I think what Councilor Race is asking for is like, can we smooth it out now that we know more about when the youth hub will be done and all those sorts of things, so we can see where these big demolition dollars are going to come into our 5-year plan. So I think that's what staff's going to bring back, is sort of a little more dissected view of this.
Could I?
For the 17th? Do you want it now or for the 17th?
Do you have it now?
I can go and find out.
Okay.
I suspect she does.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the capital plan. So.
Yeah. So if I could add with respect to this, with respect to financing, there's a bit of art and there's a bit of science, okay, in fairness. And what we're trying to do with some items is ensure that we generate a level of consistency throughout the organization for type of financing. to be quite honest, this demolition one is one that we did struggle with a little bit because it's very close to the boundary of being capital, but because we're actually demolishing an asset, we're not actually recreating. Like if we were building on the same property, all bets are off. We could do a whole bunch of different things around how we go about financing it. But in this specific instance, because we're really just talking about taking the building down, there are some limits on how we can finance it. And we thought to be consistent with the competitive nature and fairness of all the projects out there, we need to be careful for just to treat everyone fairly, that we don't just decide to pull money from surplus, let's say, to go, oh, well, we think this is important this year, let's throw surplus at it. Well, you know, we could do that for anything, right? But then that takes away that balance where the choice comes back to council to determine ultimately where the priorities are amongst competing projects. And in this instance, knowing that we could delay the major component of this project, which is the demolition of the youth center, because where they're going to move is not available, we just move the whole thing down. But we will split it up. We'll come back with. I know that there's that project, and there's also the archive piece, and we'll come back with the dollar amounts around the archive piece. We can address that separately.
Just to Councillor Pettingill's point, though, sometimes with some of these larger items that we know are coming, just to smooth the budget out, it does make sense to start putting a little bit away each year. If there's no way we can break that up. And we do that with elections and OCPs and stuff like that.
And what I will suggest is this, is that part of one of the projects that our CFO, who's not with us at this point, was working on was a long-range plan. And within that long-range plan format, there's some conceptualization around how projects are financed on an ongoing basis. And that looks both at capital projects and operating projects. And so I think it was our intent to review this conceptually, to be able to come back to council and say, to address issues such as that, this is what we're going to propose. So I don't want to really jump the gun, so to speak. I think that it is our intent to look at that in 2020 within the concept of a long-range plan format. And so we hope to be able to come back with some ideas about how to address that.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're going back to the capital plan.
Going back to the capital.
We've got about 25 minutes left in our allotted time here, Council.
So, just to do a real quick summary of where we are, we went through it all, and I think we were sharpening our knives as we broke for lunch, I think is an appropriate way to put it. And so here we are, and we're going to talk about the library and other community requests, and also if we want to move things up and if we want to move things down. I will just leave it at that. I could also make another comment that we have made a decision to include some additional tax funding with respect to special projects. So if we want to maintain the overall number at 2.7%, for example, then we might be required to shave a little off the capital number. That being said, 2.7, to go back to Councillor Race's comment, is fairly low, and if the council chooses to elevate the number, that is at their discretion.
Okay.
Back to you.
Thank you. So, Council, just before we go into the capital plan again, I just want to revisit our strategic plan with staff and ask a couple of questions. So under housing affordability and diversity, the ensure that an additional 125 affordable purpose-built rental are built by 2022. Do we need any money in this budget to revisit this plan, develop a plan for getting the rest of them built? I know we've approved the DP for Buckley Avenue, that's 76. We still have 50 odd to go. Do we see that's going to be taken care of through some other project before 2022?
At this point in time, the only other projects we have are the CAC contributing units, which are not a certainty. We don't have a plan for another structure or development. So I guess from that point of view, it's reliant on the CAC units appearing.
So I don't know how council feels about relying on that, but there would be an opportunity, so there's things like modular housing, partnerships, working with industry to make this happen, working with the tourism sector to build units for workforce housing. So there's a number of different ways we can come at this. My worry is that if we just hope for CAC units versus trying to get in front of this and work towards something that will miss that goal. The other one was increase the number of affordable housing form options, from cottages to detached homes to townhomes, and then extending the affordable housing program to 2022. So I think that extending the affordable housing program to 2022, are there policy pieces that we're missing to accomplish those last two bullets?
The housing ownership. Affordable housing ownership options. Yeah, we certainly need some policy in place before we can tackle that. And that policy is coming back to you in January. So the second bullet is either through a new project or, again, through negotiated community management contribution.
That's the securing the land one? Or the second to last bullet?
The second to last bullet would be either through CAC units or through another project.
To write policy around that kind of idea?
I don't know that we need to write policy around that. I mean, that's already contained in the draft policy. I think it's already referenced in the CAC policy. So I think we have enough policy on that particular book.
Okay. We've addressed the waste piece of it. Okay. And then on the economic and local jobs, my question was going to be about that extra position for economic development, but that's now fitting inside that envelope of 475, so I'm okay with that one. So yeah, I'll come back to the one around the getting units built and whether we feel that we should put some money in the budget to support our efforts around that, or else, council, you may feel comfortable that we can just cross our fingers and hope that some developers are going to build the CAC ones. Do we have 50 in the pipeline, do you think?
I believe there are, but it's contingent on those projects coming forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we include the Sheepard family with it, it's timing.
Well, this is it. So we made a commitment to build 125. I'm worried that if we don't address this sooner rather than later, we will miss that. I mean, it'd be great to overshoot it because a whole bunch of CAC units came on board. But it would be interesting to look at other ways that we might be able to tackle this if we had some money to bring in some expertise or convene kind of an innovation discussion about this with some key developers and landholders, staff, that sort of thing. So, Councillor Pat and Councillor Murphy.
So is the ask then for staff to come back to next meeting with, after thinking about whether they do need a certain amount of money to achieve a certain objective around this?
If there's the interest of council, that's what I'm trying to weigh. Some people might be okay with the wait and see approach. That's not my preference. Councillor Herbert.
Yeah, I was trying to, I think my question was along the same line as Councillor Pettingill, just sort of figuring out what that looks like. If to affect that, it's 200,000 from taxation, that's different than a $20,000 project. I assume it's somewhere between those two numbers, but a better understanding of that. I agree that a push, it may be more of a push to get there. I think these CAC units, some will come, whether that's enough and whether that is forward-looking enough for me. I'd like to look further ahead than that as well, but there's some hard choices in this budget already, but I would like to understand that piece just to see what that ask would be.
Councillor Stoner?
I'm hesitant on the wait and see approach, but that being said, I also feel like this is a piece that I would really like to see the eventual housing authority push forward. And so if I think about the next budget year, I'd rather ensure that we have as much time and capacity going into establishing that so it can run into 2021 and really push this, as opposed to us trying to do both things at once.
I appreciate everyone's input. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'd like to support Councillor Stoner's point she's just made regarding the coordinating entity. Coordinating entity was the term used by the 2014 Affordable Housing Strategic Framework, and the concept behind that was to include industry expertise, construction industry, developers as part of the team in forging new strategy. Also new strategy on identifying lands. Now we're looking at, we have still yet to define that entity, that affordable housing, excuse me, Mr. Buxton, I've forgotten the term you're using now, but I'd just like to support that other outside entity with private sector expertise is really what we need as the priority.
I'd personally like to just hear from staff at the next meeting what, given this discussion, if there's anything they would like to adjust. And also throughout, one of the things that's been in the back of my mind a fair bit as I look at some of the numbers, some of the risk and challenges facing us, I do wonder sometimes, is it worth having someone in Victoria who can sort of face-to-face be lobbying on regional transit, affordable housing, climate issues, and some of these things, and with some of the things we're trying to push, maybe that's some good bang for our buck. And I don't know. So that's the sort of range of ideas I might want to contemplate to move some of these things forward.
Did you just suggest a lobbyist? Isn't that our job?
We're not there though every day.
But you could put more money in the travel budget.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that might be an alternative. And I just think one option is having someone right there banging on the doors every day. Possibly.
Okay.
Maybe it's a bad idea.
I respect the sort of let's wait for the governance structure to be set up, but by the time that gets set up, it will be the end of 2020. And then by the time you get a DP or land identified, it'll be the end of 2021. And then you've got 8 months to build something before the end of our term. So I actually think we can, personally, I'd like staff to come back with a budget item that identifies a piece of work we could do in the short term to identify the partners and the opportunity this year and get a head start. So when that governance body is set up, they've got something to run with that's already there. And I know I've been trying to move housing out of our purview for a while, but I could see that this being contracted to someone and just helping us kick this ball down the road in the early part of 2020 and get something going so that we don't miss this goal. Councillor Rees.
I think there's also a closed meeting item around acquisition of lands or a discussion.
And I just want to be careful, I think there's some reason to think that this governance body might sort of proactively search out new things, but I guess I'm not entirely sure that that is the major purpose. That I thought there's maybe some discussion about this body would sort of administer what there was there, but wouldn't be the group that's soliciting new and trying to build, increase the capacity of it necessarily.
I think the original concept was both, so that we don't have to do that as a municipal government, that an arm's length body is both looking at how to bring the next deal and partners together, and we're one of those partners that would come to the table through our affordable housing fund or land or waiving fees, but that this body is driving that work, not someone in the district off the side of their desk. So can we at least ask staff to bring an idea forward for consideration? You guys still don't have to vote for it, but I would like to try and see what that might look like in 2020. So I'll move that staff bring back a budget item that would contemplate how we get closer to our 125 affordable purpose-built rental units starting in 2020. Seconded by Councilor Ray. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, capital budget.
Okay.
Okay.
So
well, I would propose, if we want to bring both the library items up, that we take $100,000 off the paving budget. Seconded by Councilor Squamish. To bring both the library items above the line and pay for them by reallocating $100,000 from the paving budget. Councilor French?
This is not something I'll be supporting. When I drive on a street like Reed Crescent, which is a roller coaster ride, and it's not even on our paving radar for being redone. And we've fallen so far behind on paving, just can't support this.
Councilor Herbert?
I'm trying to remember back to our paving master plan, but it was, to Councilor French's point, there's very strong rationale for the spend that we have here with the annual paving plan, as far as actually reducing our exposure to additional expenses to repair. So I do, and I'm an advocate of having both library functions in there. My question was, and my math isn't quite right, what does that do to our, with that $90,000, what does that do percentage-wise to what, as presented, it was 0.06?
Rough through the chair, the $90,000 is approximately 0.3%. So if the number that we were looking at was 2.7%, we'd now be looking at 3%.
I just like to add that if that's the case, I'm comfortable there. I guess
So you're not supporting the motion, or you are?
I support the addition of the lot I can't support this motion in its entirety. I do support the library inclusion.
Okay, so you're not supporting the motion.
I don't like the.
Councilor Beckett.
Yeah, I have trouble supporting the motion. I would be in favor of having a second look at the paving master plan and deciding, I'm not at all opposed to the idea of reducing the use of our streets and what that all entails, but I think rather than just sort of removing money from the master plan a little bit ad hoc, in my opinion, have a look at the master plan and see if we can reduce that and manage it that way. I wouldn't really support just pulling $100,000 off.
Councilor Reese?
Thank you, and I can't support this either. Having gone through the last term, I think this was one of the mistakes we made in our last term, was reducing the paving budget for a variety of different reasons, and I just, the science just does not support that. We may save now, we will pay more later. And so I am in favor of the two library items, but not this way. I think we can do everything.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, the paving one's a tricky one because it is one of the biggest line items in this budget, and I recognize that we have a master plan, and what came forward was kind of the bare minimum in terms of keeping our roads at that line where we need to keep them updated in terms of long-term impact. But the other reality is that it is expensive to live here, and the overall increase in tax rates year over year is challenging for our citizens. We just increased the special projects budget by about 0.2%, 0.25, by bringing a few things up over the line. And so I'm really cognizant that I'm trying to keep that overall budget number down this year, given the stretch that our taxpayers face. And so to me, lowering that large line item of the annual paving budget by $100,000 to support the two asks in the library, which is such a core social service to our community, I think is an appropriate trade-off for me.
Councillor Anderson?
I think often our paving issues end up being pedestrian safety issues, and so I'm disinclined to recommend a withdrawal from the paving budget. I think that, like Councillor Reyes has said, I think there has been a history of neglect in that file. I'd rather have it in front of me and go through it thoroughly before recommending any withdrawal from it.
The reason I put this motion forward is because we have a higher ask in active transportation this year. We have a new line item for transportation system improvements, which is all around safety, for $100,000. The key things that are stressing our community out are the cost of housing, the cost of daycare. These are things that, you know, they are grappling with. Our small businesses are struggling with taxes. And so I'm trying to keep this budget as low as possible. There are for sure priority paving projects. We don't review the paving list. That's up to our staff. We don't bring that here. And $100,000 is not a huge takeaway from this budget. And I think in order to move these items above the line and keep the tax ask reasonable on our community is fair. So everyone's had an opportunity to speak. So unless you have something new to add, I'll call the question. Councillor Herford.
So I had a question to staff. We see 1.35 going forward as a paving budget, and this year, and the ask in 2020 is 1.2, which makes me think that we've already taken 150 staff's already taken 150 off that recommended number. Could you get some clarity there? I just want to make sure that
Through the chair, the pavement management plan had a ramp built into it in order to sort of soften the flow to come up to that level. So the budget ask matches the ramp in the plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Pettengill, are you okay?
Yes, I'll wait till this and I was going to propose an alternative list.
I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Race, Anderson, Herford, Pettengill, French, opposed. Motion fails.
So just looking, there's a number of line items for Brennan Park. Line item 18 for the next 2 years is 1.9 million for renovations there. We're, in my mind, talking about less than 1/20th of that for the library renovations. And you know, when I try to think about balancing for
Councillor Pettengill, none of that's coming out of taxation.
Oh.
There is some coming out of borrowing, which will impact 2020. But it does not, and if we don't receive the grant, it won't go forward. So I don't know if you want to use that line for comparison.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Councillor Rice?
So I just, through the staff, just to see what funding is available for this. This is one of those things that historically I've used or promoted using accumulated surplus for. if there are funds available, because they're kind of one-off items as opposed to general operating. And I know we've already allocated some, but I'm curious about what our capacity is there.
Through the chair, I think that the use of accumulated surplus for an instance like this with respect to the library would be appropriate. I believe that we finance this through taxation so that the ultimate choice of making the final decision on whether to include the library's ask or not is ultimately made that side of the table, so to speak. But if you were to redirect us to reconsider financing for the library's ask, certainly it would not be unreasonable to suggest that accumulated surplus would be an appropriate funding source.
Does the library have accumulated surplus of its own?
They may, but the library is a separate board, so I can't answer that question specifically.
I guess I think something like replacing your computer systems is up to you operationally. It's something that we budget for, and I feel like why are we paying for the library's computer systems? That's something that's ongoing. They could save for every 5 years. So I trip over that one. Like, I understand furniture and doing that, but and the province has been asked to increase funding to libraries, which they will hopefully do in 2020. But these are big asks, and I'm curious if the library has some of their own reserves to help pay for some of these upgrades. That's sound fiscal management in my mind. So I don't mind if we can pay for the space improvements out of accumulated surplus, but I do question the need for us to upgrade their public computer systems. Anyway, is there a motion, Councillor Rees?
Well, I think that's a fair question. So let me just move, I've lost it. Item 46 be approved and funded from accumulated surplus. And that is the library internal space improvements for $50,000.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And if I might add, perhaps that's something that could come back to us as a little bit more detail around their ability to fund some or all of the computer upgrade.
Okay. Can staff take that away?
Leave that decision in the parking lot.
Okay. We did get some information on the building's demolition. So the archive building would be in 2020, Arts Council building in 2021, Dog Pound in 2021, the Youth Center 2022, now that we know the building timeline for the new youth hub, and the drop-in shelter in 2025. So I think the direction you were taking, Councillor Race, is that you would prefer to see 60,000 in this year's budget to cover that archive building?
If I might, well, I didn't know the numbers and I didn't know the buildings, but I think when we're faced with a project like this, I think it's just easier on the budget to start spreading it out over, as this does, over several periods rather than have a large number in 1 year. And so the archive building is the first one and it should be done next year, and we might as well get on with that and put it in the budget for this year. And I'll leave it, maybe I'll move, well, I'll say where I'm coming from. Leave it to staff to decide where it might be funded from, whether it should be taxation or some other source. I understand it can't be part of a capital improvement, it's not an improvement, so, and we've had that discussion before. So I will move that the archive building, which is part of item, I've lost it.
Number 59 in the special operating projects.
Right, part of item 59 be included in this year's budget. And the staff to make a recommendation on the funding source.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Penghill. Any other conversation or discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Penghill?
Just on the Arts Council, and I apologize because I think I've asked this before, but I recall that the cost to restore the foundation or do something with it was actually less than the demolition cost listed here. That doing something with the foundation to preserve it was, I think it was 25 or 35 is the number that comes to my head. I could be wrong, and so I'm just wondering why we would spend more to demolish. I understand it's not an ideal building, but.
So my understanding was that the two engineers that were involved, our engineer and the Arts Council, they did not agree. And our structural engineer said no, that it's this building is a write-off. You really can't shore it up with any renovations or pouring a new foundation or anything like that because of this. The whole thing is a wood stave foundation right now, and it's so getting so rotten on the one side that it's going to cost more. And because once you do that, the whole building is sort of like this, built like askew. And the two structural engineers, or the two engineers, were not in agreement. One was, I think, a materials engineer.
That'll be for the 2021 budget too. And the Arts Council is coming in, so we could talk about their plans for future relocation without that building. Okay, so it's time for us to wrap up because the special meeting starts at 2:45 and give people a chance to stretch their legs before that starts. So this comes back to us next week. Have you got everything you need, Mr. Russell?
I have plenty. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your work today. Thanks, everyone. So we'll recess the special business meeting until after the committee of the whole. Okay, we're back. In case you're following online, oh, that door should be open. We're back in the special meeting, and we're on to our last item, which is the wood fiber LNG environmental assessment working group comments about the Floatel. We have some time to submit these comments. This is staff's feedback through the working group. So if councilors have any questions or feedback, this would be the time to do it. Councilor Penghill.
Oh, so I went through this and I really appreciate actually staff's attention to detail on this, so thank you. There were a couple things that in my own travels I've found which I thought might be worth flagging. And CMHC actually has housing data going back to 2013 or 2014. As of 2014, they showed low rental availability in Squamish, and in 2015 it hit pretty critical levels. So, contrary to wood fibers sort of assertions, but not realizing, I think that data was fairly widely available. In the April 30th, 2015 District of Squamish official response to the application, wood fiber application at that time, we requested a district-led detailed socioeconomic impact assessment. And in my mind, that would have covered things like housing impacts, employment impacts, and so on. And so I think that is something that has not been followed through on, and would have caught, I think, some of these employment issues and dealt with it in what I would consider a better way. I do agree with some of the staff's assessment that this might be better than an on-land work camp or taking up existing housing, but I think we've had conversations about the possible benefits of more permanent housing. I think what's missing too is cumulative impacts. In my mind, and it was interesting that the amendment mentions Site C and LNG Canada and the impacts they will have on the workforce, but there's no mention of the Eagle Mountain Pipeline, which is now approved It was approved when wood fiber did their amendment in 2017 and the earlier one this year in 2019. And you know, in my mind, part of the issue here is we want, I think, workers to be able to build housing here to help with our housing needs. And with these projects all happening at once, it's really constraining, I believe, our labor force. The pipeline plan is to go through our industrial park, and I think there'll be a significant disruption with the current approved route through our industrial park, which again interrupts our economic sector to a significant degree, I would argue. And that, you know, if there are fewer workers available, because these projects are competing for workers, then that stretches out the timeline where we have those impacts. So I think some attention needs to be paid to those impacts and how we can better mitigate those. On the issue of the lack of workers, wood fiber did sort of allude to the fact of people coming in through Vancouver, YVR, and taking a ferry from there. They did talk about their different priorities, but to me, this implies there may be language barriers, cultural, legal understanding, that kind of thing. And so to the degree there will be interaction with our service providers, I'm just wondering if someone is sort of thinking about, you know, are those conversations happening? Those may be happening at some of the different
When you say
tables.
service providers, what do you mean?
Like Sea to Sky Community Services, or you know, if you're someone that's working there, because it hasn't been clear about when these people might come into Squamish or not. And so if these are people that don't speak the language, are not, you know, from here, like foreign temporary workers or something, do we have the adequate servicing or plans around that? I didn't see that addressed.
Okay, so you want, can I just ask you to be more specific about where you'd like to insert your comments?
Oh.
So like 6.12.1.1 talks about whether staff will be permitted access to the community, how will this be managed? Like, is there another place that is that where you want to put the reference to whether there is impact on community service organizations or not-for-profit community?
So see, I had...
I'm just trying to give Mr. Buxton some direction about where these comments might be added, because it does address the ferry topic.
Yeah, so I guess with the ferry topic, I might use that. That's where I might bring up the language barriers in terms of the workers, where they're coming from, and services for those workers. I didn't have page numbers related to all of my points, unfortunately.
So you're specifically concerned about a language barrier for them accessing what kind of services?
Well,
because technically they'll be over at the Floatel.
Well, that's my question, I guess, which wasn't clear in the amendment, is, you know, it sort of says to be determined, I guess, how often these people will be visiting Squamish. So I think a piece to be determined in that is that there's adequate services for, you know, different languages, different cultural understanding, and so on, if that happens. And just to make sure we're capturing that somewhere as something we need to consider if these workers are going to be coming to Squamish or we're going to be providing them services. Page 21 says, Wood Fiber LNG anticipates that general public consultation regarding the proposed project changes will be undertaken during the public comment period required by the EAO's amendment process. And I just note, Wood Fiber, they sort of picked 4 community comments on page 22 as, I'm not sure if it's, what exactly purpose it served? Oh, in the amendment. But I just, and I know there has been some engagement with limited or sort of groups that largely Wood Fiber chose, but there hasn't been any community public consultation on this, as far as I'm aware.
Are you aware of any, Mr. Buxton? Community consultation?
Not structured outside of the community table, no.
So that's something you'd like to know? There's been no community consultation?
And that the 4 comments I don't think are necessarily representative. They're just 4 comments from people that I don't know if they mean anything by themselves. wood fiber talks about assessing this amendment in terms of the value components and intermediate components from the 2015 assessment, but since then we've had the IPCC report, significant economic changes, and wood fiber itself acknowledges the strong growth we've had with our, in terms of our economic focus. And so I just would question the applicability of those value components. Things have changed a lot in the last several years, and so I guess I would question that those are really the valid value components and intermediate components at this point.
Great.
And then just, this is sort of a, I think of it as a cruise ship-like setting to some degree, and frequently, because you have so many people packed together for so long, there can be flus and that can spread quickly. So just wanting to understand their plans around that, if our hospital and doctors and so on will be required to help with that, or do they have a plan to manage a minor health outbreak. And then I guess they talk about transferring both sewage and diesel, and so I just didn't have a clear understanding what the risks are with that, and do we have what the response time is if there's a diesel spill during a transfer or a sewage spill, who comes to deal with it, how quickly can they be there. And then finally, they talk about diesel as a backup, and then ferrying people possibly from YVR, and they really didn't get into the carbon impacts of any of those sorts of things. And we know burning diesel is quite intensive for particulate matter and so on. So I think it's reasonable, especially given where we are in terms of the climate crisis, to have some sort of assessment of, is ferrying people from YVR better than busing people to Darrell Bay? And what are the pros and cons of those? And I didn't see any of that sort of assessment in there.
Okay, anybody else? Councilor Anderson?
I'm looking at page 3, which is largely focused on environment and habitat. And my general comment is that all of these observations have a bigger context. And part of that bigger context are a few things I'll list. There's mention of 2 creek crossings. Well, there's also going to be a giant new bridge behind the site, necessitated because it's a security zone. And the Squamish Nation's Timber Company has forest tenures behind there, and there'll be new investments across that Mill Creek to access them. So 2 creek crossings, the major one is behind the site, necessitated by the need for this secure zone. Secondly, there's discussion of shoreline forest habitat. Well, Wood Fiber LNG, to their credit, has been involved since they've begun the project and acquired the site in programs with Quest University and other local environmental groups on habitat inventory, if you like, in different studies, particularly around Cedar Creek, also called Wood Fiber Creek. There's also herring and marine habitat and marine life studies that have been done, and ongoing dialogue with groups that are interested in those, for example, Squamish Sweetkeepers Herring Recovery Program. Then we have the remediation work done on the landfills behind, millions of dollars spent on remediating those landfills.
I'm going to just ask, can we focus this on specific feedback that you would like staff to add to this document? Because we are running out of time, and we have a major, part of our meeting still to do. So just what do you want staff to add to this document? I'm sorry if I'm losing my patience.
Well, I think that there's too much detail here that needs context. I don't support some of these observations as priority observations from the district, because there's just too much else around that picture, including the opportunity for artificial spawning habitat improvements, which is being discussed with WLNG, which is a major initiative.
This is staff's best opinion, and also FLNRO's at the table, DFO's at the table, and so if the EAO will weigh all of those observations. Anything else, Councillor
No,
Anderson?
not on that.
Councillor Stoner?
My one comment, and thanks to staff for pulling this together, is to strengthen the language in the emergency services box and just tie it back to the box following it. So the consideration of whether workers will have access to the community will really dictate what sort of emergency services will be needed. So just adding a line into the emergency services box that says answers to the following question regarding transportation worker access to Squamish community will have significant impact on potential emergency services required.
Councillor Fern?
Thank you. Under the category theme, construction vessel workforce accommodation, item 2, the vessel is proposed to use diesel generators for power for 14 to 20 months full time. This is the catch there. I'm wondering what our levers are to request an alternate power source without endorsing the overall project and saying it's great if you use electric, but can we add that can that be added as an ask of? To me, this diesel that's unacceptable. So
yes, we can.
How can we strengthen that? Is my
you can say that the district would prefer that it be electric.
Yeah.
So you'd like to strengthen that recommendation?
I'd like to strengthen that recommendation.
Okay.
But then combined with the last bit about the foreshore at 1.34 hectares and yeah. Anyways, I think the comments here have been great. That's the one piece that I felt we should include an ask for, not just has it been considered. I'd like to take that and just say that we prefer the electric.
Okay. Councillor Anderson.
May, on the topic of the diesel generators, what we learned during the Olympics with the diesel generators working at Squamish terminals is that they also have a noise impact on marine habitat. So that's another reason, not just the GHG emissions, but the noise impact of the diesel generators.
Can you add that, Mr. Buxton?
Yes.
And Councillor Anderson, just so I am clear on your one on page 3, the summary of the notes is district staff urged the province to consider relocating the Floatel to an already denuded portion of the shoreline. Are you in disagreement with that statement? That's staff's conclusion, whether there's additional...
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have enough information on the other location.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
No, not at all.
I'm just trying to wrap us up here. Councillor French.
I fully support the ask about going electric. And I'm generally okay with these comments, noting that I think there's some unnecessary looking back in these comments. I'd rather that we're looking forward. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Buxton, under housing and accommodation, it says mitigation appears to indicate that the housing advisor will direct workers towards hotel motel accommodation. That talks about accommodating 87%. I think we have to be clear that our hotels are at capacity in the summer now. And that can be backed up by Tourism Squamish. So there's very little capacity there. I think there's no capacity there for many months of the year. I think that should be clear. I can't remember, where is the construction vessel workforce accommodation? Are they living over there while they're building it? Building the Floatel.
Not building.
They're bringing it over.
Maybe a cruise ship or something.
Yes.
It's the first thing. It's not a cruise ship.
No, I believe it's a much smaller version of Floatel.
I thought it was sea cans on a barge.
Okay, I just couldn't remember. I agree with Councillor Pettengill's comments about how it impacts health services. That needs to be more clear. And in this transportation worker access to the community, we're using the word staff, and I think it should say staff and workers access. And that the traffic and busing line item that refers to Darrell Bay cross-reference with CR comments under Darrell Bay. Because one says we don't have an agreement, the other one just states that the buses are going in and out of Darrell Bay, so.
Yes, what I subsequently, meeting last week, they stated that it is their intent to ferry people from the mainland and not use buses at all. So that we need to get clarification on.
And the whole piece about how this is connected to Fortis needs to be very clear. We still do not have a picture of how Fortis is managing their workforce housing. And so any additional capacity that Woodfibre thinks is available in our community may be eaten up by that project, and we don't know what's in their housing plan because we haven't seen it yet. So this is kind of, doesn't have enough of the detail yet about where the workforce peaks and does it peak at the same time as Fortis? Because we know Fortis is going to need a land-based work camp within the district as well. So we just haven't seen the details of that yet. So I think it'd be helpful if Woodfibre could say, here's where our workforce peaks, here's where we anticipate Fortis peaking, and when they refer to a housing advisor directing workers to accommodation. And I just want to make sure that the EAO hears that we still don't have a clear picture of how this is all coming together in our community. Councillor?
Yeah, I noticed recently, I think it was just last week, that the Schrocco building's been advertised for rent. The units there that I thought were to house, there was a deal for WLNG to occupy those spots. I don't know if anyone else noticed that. So I'm curious to see.
Building 2 or 3?
It's only one building that's
I'm curious. Maybe that's the
Bit off topic for now.
The other building, but I'm just thinking this housing and accommodation piece, just needing. I mean, this needs more detail. Is a great
understatement
of the situation. So.
Okay.
And maybe it's most powerful with the least words, but.
Gary, Mr. Buxton, was this cross-referenced with the SLRD feedback?
No.
Could we just cross-reference and make sure that we're supporting the feedback of the regional district if it aligns with what we've got here? I just want to make sure we're not working at cross purposes with our neighbors.
Yeah, I'll try to do that. Yep. I've got access to that.
It was on our last agenda.
Yep.
Okay, any other comments? Thank you for this work. We'll bring it back to council. Okay, motion to close. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Pettingill. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries.